Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
It's 4 minutes till showtime.
Hey, fellas, don't fight over that hot dog. There's plenty for everyone. Big, plump, and juicy, wrapped in an oven-fresh bun. Add mustard, relish, ketchup, and go to work. Yes, the hot dogs at our refreshment center are the best you'll find anywhere. Everybody agrees on that.
It's 3 minutes till showtime.
Thirsty? The refreshment stand is open with everything to satisfy your taste buds. Here's the menu: the hottest, freshest, crunchiest popcorn, each kernel popped to its fullest with that real movie time taste. Cold drinks. You'll find your favorite ice cold, tasty, and thirst quenching. And hot dogs, hamburgers, and candy too. Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
It's 2 minutes till showtime.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
Top quality hamburgers, the most popular snack in the country. We serve them plain or garnished to your taste.
There are words men live by, words of strength, of wisdom, and of peace. We urge you to find the spiritual comfort and guidance we all so greatly need by attending your place of worship regularly.
Just 1 minute to go.
And now, on with the show.
No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome.
Hello, fellow humans, and welcome to my stream. I always like to welcome any non-human identifying sentients who might be out there, as well as any of the non-sentient creatures who are enjoying our poker today. We are live here on the Mothership, playing some Unibet poker and some PokerStars Stud 8 shootout today. Kind of an interesting format, especially given that there's only 3 people on our shootout table and one of them is sitting out. So it's basically a heads-up shootout game in Stud 8, which is kind of weird. But, you know, hey, what are you going to do? So it's been fun. What else we got going? We got the Falling Star Bounty on the top left. We got the Comet Nano on the top right. Gonna have the Easter free. No, I'm not gonna have the Easter free roll coming up later because once again I can't register in the damn things. It gives me an error every time I try to register with my tickets that they gave me. So don't know, folks. Don't know what's going on. This home game down at the bottom right in Stars is part of the Tony Warriors series. Once again, Stud 8 is one of my favorite formats. I'm not used to playing it in a heads-up shootout format like we're doing here, but you know, what the hell. Ouch. Ouch. Ouch, 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 ouch. We just got our butts kicked there on that one. We're still working on a good low. The jack doesn't help us, but it does help us club-wise. Let's see what else we get. So we are drawing to an excellent low. So we're not going anywhere at this point. We've still got some high possibilities working for us. That is not a great card for us on low, but it's not a terrible one either. So it does give us a pair. We've still got the low outs. Pair's not going to be any good. Pair might be good. Not likely, but it could be. And I could bet as a bluff here, but I think I'm just checking and taking my showdown value. Yeah. Yeah, we basically bricked that entire, oh, I'm playing, I guess I'm on stream today as Bricky Martin as well. I guess I'm not playing as Tangeli today for some weird reason. Betting our sevens and deuces here. It's been a pretty brutal table so far. He's been getting the hands on us. I wouldn't say he's been running us over. He's just been getting the hands against us, which is kind of the way it goes sometimes in stud formats. So yeah, we're definitely liking our ace deuce 4 here for low. And we're pretty happy to continue at this point. I think we probably want to put money in. Try to take the pot down here when we can. Gonna call with a pair of sevens. I think we're gonna bet our pair of sevens. I think we're gonna keep betting our pair of sevens. So we have no low draw, but we do have our pair of sevens, which at this point are probably looking still good. I can bet, try to get him off here. He doesn't have a low. He's got a low draw at best. So it's a good chance we can actually get him away from here. He decides to raise, which could easily be him trying to push us off a bluff hand. So we're going to call behind, and we're going to see a river, which ends up as, with us, just a pair of sevens. I think we have to call behind because we're beating the hand that he shows. We don't have a low, of course, but he might not have a low either, so we could scoop this pot with our pair of sevens. We could also lose to a pair of jacks. We just take a booty in the falling star. I'm not gonna abuse this guy sitting out here too much. But we'd have opened this hand anyways, so we're gonna play that one. We'd have opened that one and won it anyways. So I'm going to let the timer run down a little bit on this one, let him give him some time to come back. Falling star, we just took a booty for 34 cents. So I need to add that actually to my bankroll tracker. Equals 0.34. So we've already on the board in the dark matter. We're also playing the Comet Nano. It ran today. Don't see Crazy Papa on our table. He might be on the other table. He plays this almost every time it runs. He's in this tournament. So on the oh, you guys are still watching that. So you see in the chat, he's his mother was I gotta figure out who. I mean, am I playing like a 16-year-old kid? That's kind of funny. Oh, that's kind of funny. So yeah, here we are with a nice little stack. We took a small stack. What was that? It was like a 1,600 chip stack that we took from one of the players over there to grab a booty here in the Falling Star. So we got a good run happening there. We've got high possibilities still, so I think we're going to see one more street here. I think we got to get out of the way now if he bets. He checks to us though. So I think we can actually try to put in another bluff, but he calls us down, so that's cool. Three, eight, queen with a diamond, two diamonds. I think we'll see a card. Got a low developing. Hey, Brajoy, how's it going? Yeah, 5 different cards, 8 and lower for the low. Put in a raise here with my King Jack suited. Yeah, so the stud 8 is regular stud format. The pot is split down the middle with a high hand and a low hand. You don't always have a low hand because the player needs to make 5 cards of 8 or less. Hensy, thank you very much for the raid, my friend. Thank you very much for the raid. Good to see you guys here. Good to see everybody here. Everybody who's come over from Mr. Hensy's stream, thank you for coming and watching. I am here playing Unibet Poker on the Mothership. We have got 3 games going at the moment. We've got the Falling Star Bounty that is currently on your screen. We have also got the Comet Nano, which is running here. And we are also playing the PokerStars home game with Tony Warriors. Point 13. Oh, this is not PLO 8. I need to fix that title. 1 second. This is Stud 8, not PLO 8. This is Stud 8, not a PLO 8. Let me fix that. Stud 8 shootout. That's better. If you're new to the stream, I am streaming to you live from Southeast Alberta in Canada from a little city called Medicine Hat, 55,000 people roughly. Yes, the name of our city is actually Medicine Hat. It comes from an old native legend about the area. Long story short, one of their medicine man, or one of the their land was invaded. The opposing army's medicine man, they were retreating, and he lost his headdress here in the river valley. And the locals claimed it as a prize. and the area became known as Samas in the local language, which roughly translated into English is the word that they used for the headdress that the medicine man wore, which our colonial ancestors somehow figured out was a medicine hat. Not the best name for it, but that's what we get stuck with. I'd actually prefer if they changed it to Samas, the actual native word for it. I think that A sounds a little better, and B is more reflective and less anglicized of the original culture that was here. Just my take on it. Just my take on it. So hello from Medicine Hat, and welcome to the Mothership. We are playing 3 games at the moment. The Falling Star Bounty, the Comet Nano on Unibet, and we are on PokerStars playing a home game for a British fellow by the name of Tony Warriors, who does a lot of these home game things with extra special prizes. He gets sponsored by, I think it's Bad Beat Clothing he gets sponsored by for some extra prizes, and it's a pretty cool little thing. I love the mixed games, so I'm pretty happy to be involved in a tournament like this. Even when I'm getting my ass waxed like I am in this one, like I did yesterday, it's still a lot of fun for me because I don't get a lot of chances to play the mixed games. So we do back into a low here, which is why we called in the first place. We know our high is no good, but we can actually bet here. Now they just checked to us. We can actually bet here, and we can take this down sometimes. We're going to split instead, but we knew we had the low on that hand 100% of the time because of the board that he's showing. He can't actually have a low, so we're in pretty good shape there most of the time. At least to take half the pot. When we bet there, we can actually win the whole pot sometimes because we can push him off. If he's got a weak high at that point, we can push him off a weak high and win the full pot with that when he doesn't have a low, because he doesn't necessarily want to call behind with a weak high when we could be scooping from him. And he's shown himself to be a pretty decent player. So I'm definitely thinking that he's capable of those sorts of moves. So we're sort of going to end up ace high here, I think, and it's just going to be whether he's got a queen or not. Wow. 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 And we went down to the 4th kicker, for God's sake. That does not happen very often in stud games for high, in stud 8 games for high. Ace high down to the 4th kicker before we could figure out who the winner on that one was. And my opponent just squeaked it out that time. It's pretty rare you got to look at 4 cards to figure out the ace high winner in a stud 8 hand. That's for sure. So we don't manage to get a low, but we could still potentially have a... Wow. Yeah, he's just basically every single hand he's got me one card pipped somehow. That's the way it's been going the whole game. Alrighty, I think I'm going to run this one down. I think we've got few enough. I think we got few enough chips that we're just going to run this one down. Ouch. So we got a pair. He's got a flush. We're dead. We're dead in the water. That was fun. That was fun. Alrighty, so we're done with the stud 8 shootout. We have actually got a, we've actually still got a knockout, stud 8 knockout version coming up later at the time that we played one yesterday. So I'm just registering that one now, and we'll get that one up here when it comes up later. So let's get out of that. Let's go back over and watch our Unibet tables. So yeah, so we got 2 games going here. Thinking I might jump into the Dark Matter Nano as well now that I've dropped one table. No, I think we're going to save that slot for the black hole when it comes up. The Dark Matter Nano is too small of a prize pool for me now. I've won it 4 times, and I'm increasingly less satisfied every time I win it because I look at the prize pool and I go, $3, great, thanks. Doesn't really make an impact on my 130, 140 euro bankroll. So I think it's time I retired from the Dark Matter Nano and played bigger stake games. The Comet Nano, we got a chance to win. Usually 12 or 15 euros up top, which has at least a small impact. It's like a 10% boost to our bankroll, so it's not a terrible deal. We're getting in from the button with King Queen here. It's obviously not the best flop for our hand, but our range can include jacks and hearts, so we're going to keep our c-bet going. We have basically flopped the gut shot now, so we're going to check back and see what the river brings. He does not need to be on hearts at all here. So, of course, having 1 heart's pretty likely for him at this point. So I think we just need to fold when he bets here. It can also easily be a bluff because he can be pretty sure that we don't have hearts at this point with the way we played this hand as well. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Hey, Cleeds, how's it going, buddy? How's it going, man? Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Gonna call behind with my suited ace here. I think I want to see a flop with this, and I think I probably still want to see a flop with this. This big raise from the button, from the big stack, could easily be playing around, just trying to steal the pot away from limpers. So I think we're definitely seeing a flop with this. So we got backdoor outs with the hearts and the straights. 3/4 pot bet here, though. I think we're probably out of the way. Ace-9's probably not enough, especially as a donk. 3/4 bet as a donk seems fishy, but so we'll put in a raise with this one from the hijack. $3x. So yeah, so we're still in the knockout stud 8, which will come up later. That's a slightly more reasonable format. The shootout format, especially with only 3 people on the table and 1 person sitting, was basically a heads-up stud 8 match, which is a really, really, really weird situation. surprised it went as short as it did, because it could have gone forever with that, with people splitting pots all the time and so on. It just so happened he was running like crazy and I was running horribly. So it's the way it goes. But so I think we got showdown value with our suited ace here, ace jack. So I think we're just checking back, and our ace high wins here with 3-6s, like a lot, I think. We can't really value bet there though, because we're turning our showdown value into a bluff if we make any sort of bet there, I think. We're probably calling off a lot of bets though, because it's not really credible that those guys have the 6 or anything else that's beating our ace high at that point. So yeah, Crazy Pop is there all the time. He's we can actually see. I haven't seen him on the Comet. Haven't seen him in the Comet yet, but he's on my. I lie. He was on my Falling Star table, the last table I was at. So yeah, he's definitely around today. I haven't seen him in the Comet yet, but he could be on the other table in the Comet. There's at least 2 tables running. Looks like 2 tables running in the Comet Nano, so he could be on the other one in that. Let me have a look at the. Let me have a look at who's in here. Yeah, Crazy Papa. He's leading the Comet Nano. He's got 21,000 chips. He's got the most chips. So he's obviously trapped somebody into calling one of his absurd shoves. Which are usually, I mean, they're only absurd in size. They're not actually absurd in when he makes them. That's what makes him a dangerous player. His betting sizes are just completely out of whack. But what he's betting them on is usually pretty strong value most of the time. So yeah, I don't. I definitely pay attention to his bets. He does go a little. His bluffs are also super big. That's the other thing. So it makes it really tricky to figure out where he's going with, because his bluff and his value is both like massive. So what it usually means is that you get into massive pots with him with your value hands, and you either hold and take massive pots against him, or he gets there and you lose massive pots against him. But it's almost always a massive pot when he's involved. We picked up a pair of jacks here on the Comet Nano table, and I think over this open shove, I think we're just putting the rest of our chips in and hoping for the best. We have a chance. We can potentially get called by. Wow. So he just basically open shoves with 10-9 there. That's pretty wild. Like, I mean, it wasn't like he was short stacked. He had like 30 big blinds there. But hey, we'll take the chips. I am happy to have those chips. I will make every effort to make good use of your chips, my friend. Currently, 4 people getting paid in this one. It is a very tiny field, so if anybody else still wants to jump in, there is lots of time, and there's still you still got a lot of big blinds for your money at this point. More than 100 big blinds for your money at this point. So feel free to jump in and join the funds. Quite a massive overlay at this point for the €50 prize pool. we need more than 100 players in there to hit 50 euros, and there's 20 at the moment. Now, there's quite a ways to go, but we ain't going to get 80 players. So there's going to be overlay in this one for sure. Alrighty, so I've got a little bit of new content ad-wise for you guys today. We're probably going to end up going back to some of the old content again, because I don't have enough to run more than 3 sets of commercials, new content this time. But yeah, we'll figure it out when we get there. Tomorrow is going to be Good Friday, of course, and it's also going to be our first music party stream. I've got 30 solid Canadian classic tunes lined up for us to play. They're all Canadian classic tunes in one way or another. Many of them are tunes that y'all are going to recognize because they're globally recognized as great bits of classic rock or great bits of music. We got folks like Neil Young. We got folks like Rush. We got folks, we got those sorts of folks. We got folks like the Guess Who, that were globally recognized as superstars in their day. So those are clear Canadian classics. But everything on my list so far is Canadian classic in one way or another. Many of them are not going to be very familiar to any of you people unless you're also Canadian like me, because they will be very much local classics as opposed to international classics. And I'm specifically speaking of people like Stompin' Tom Connor, who is very much a Canadian icon and probably has absolutely zero name recognition or face recognition or even tune recognition outside of the country of Canada. The Tragically Hip would be a even larger example of that, as a band that is infused into the Canadian identity to such a degree that when they did their final concert televised across the country, 13 million out of 36 million total population in Canada tuned into that show. It's pretty, when you get over a third of your population tuning into one show at one time in I think it was late 2017 or early 2018 that happened. It's a pretty, you can pretty much say that whatever's happening on that show is pretty significant to the identity of your country. And in that case, it was the Tragically Hip doing their last performance. So they'll be in there, and good chance that not all of you have got a lot of experience with the Hip, but I think you'll enjoy their music. But then we got some more quirky Canadian classics. We got some Bare Naked Ladies in the thing, which some of you may recognize, but I'm going to guess that most of you probably won't recognize the particular songs I have chosen to play with them. You'll recognize one of them, but you won't recognize too many others that I've chosen. We got people like the Crash Test Dummies in here. We got a great Canadian band from the 80s and 90s called the Northern Pikes that we got a couple of examples of coming up. So it's going to be a fun day, I think, if you like music and you like exploring new, or not necessarily new stuff, but stuff you haven't necessarily heard before. I think I'll be able to make some suggestions to people of stuff that they have not heard before and might like. So gonna be some East Coast Canadian music, which folks in the UK will probably think sounds an awful lot like Irish Celtic music, because it frankly does, and it has a ton of influence from the Irish Celtic side of things. So you'll enjoy that. That'll be a Great Big Sea with one of Canada's national treasures, Alan Doyle, as the lead singer in that. So yeah, it should be a lot of fun. Got a couple of modern hip-hop things coming in there. We've got, for Night Shopper, we got No Means No queued up. I've also got Classified's version of Oh Canada, which, the U.S. Americans have Jimi Hendrix playing the Star Spangled Banner and lighting his guitar on fire. UK has Brian May shredding God Save the Queen on top of Buckingham Palace. And we got Classified doing a hip-hop version of Oh Canada, which is pretty awesome, actually, at the end of the day. So I'm not a huge hip-hop fan, but I got to admit, I couldn't leave that one out, and I got to admit it's pretty darn catchy. So I like it. So I think it should be a lot of fun tomorrow. I think it should be a lot of fun tomorrow. You guys won't be able to go back and listen to the stream afterwards, of course, because it's going to be muted because there's going to be a ton of copyright content that we'll be playing. But whatever. We'll still have fun. We will still have fun. Alrighty, we got the break coming up. We got one hand left to roll here on the Comet Nano, so we will see how that one rolls down, and we'll go from there. We're doing okay in the Comet Nano. We got 5 of 14. This is one of the tournaments that we've won before, so we could certainly do that again. Probably not terribly interested in this hand at this point. Jack 4 does not have a ton of equity on this sort of a flop. Not Jack 4 of spades, anyways. We don't even really have credible bluffs we could make. We could try to throw some money at the pot, just see. But given previous action, Goldschlager's calling us behind all the time. I'm sure that's what Goldschlager's just done, is thrown a bid out to see if they can steal it. I don't think I'm going to let them. And I think we're going to put in our bluff now. We called behind. Yep, that's what we tried to do. So that makes it look like we were trying to trap on the flop, and then we called behind on there and then tried to extract value on the river. That's the way I played it. That's why I played it that way. So we're going to head off to the break, and we'll see you back in a few short minutes.
This girl knows that lovely hair is the essence of romance. She keeps her hair sunshine bright with White Rain shampoo. White Rain, a gentle lotion shampoo, gentle as softest rainwater. Remember, your hair is romance. Keep it sunshine bright with White Rain.
White Rain, use new White Rain shampoo tonight, and tomorrow your hair will be sunshine bright.
The prettiest, yes, the prettiest heads in town are turning to Shasta for a hot cream shampoo. When lanolin-enriched Shasta meets hot water, hundreds of tiny cells explode into hot lanolin lather that cleans and lusters hair as it blends with your own natural oils to give you a caressing hot cream shampoo. As an extra treat, Shasta's lanolin lather is rich enough for a deep scalp treatment. After a vigorous massage, wrap head in hot towel for 2 minutes before final rinse. Feels like a $3.50 hot cream treatment, costs only 9 cents. Hair looks brighter, feels softer, and will stay its behaving best for days to come when you have a hot cream shampoo with Shasta cream shampoo.
Well, a pretty girl is always subject to being kissed, and here's a girl who knows how to keep pretty, knows how to keep her hair that way, too.
Say, this looks like fun. An afternoon at the amusement park, and a very pretty girl. Doesn't she have beautiful hair? Soft, silky, bright as sunshine.
To keep my hair sunshine bright, I use White Rain. It's wonderful. You see, White Rain is a gentle lotion shampoo. It gives my hair the kindest, gentlest care, like real rainwater. Watch this. Did you ever see such wonderful suds? Why, it's like washing your hair in softest rainwater.
And talk about rainwater results. White Rain leaves your hair soft and silky, bright as sunshine. Use White Rain tonight. Tomorrow, your hair will be sunshine bright.
Use new White Rain shampoo tonight, and tomorrow your hair will be sunshine bright. White Rain, White Rain.
Good evening. Tonight we're going to prove that you don't have to put up with television interference. Each of these screens up here, behind me, will show you one kind of interference you may be getting on your present set. Interference the famous Magic Monitor circuit system screens out automatically inside every RCA Victor television set. Now here on the rail are 3 buttons. Each one controls its own screen up here. As I press each button in turn, you can watch the RCA Victor Magic Monitor circuit system go to work. Now you may be getting a pulsation or flutter from a passing airplane, but see how the Magic Monitor stops it automatically. And here you'll recognize vertical rollover. This is due to heavy electrical interference. Watch. The Magic Monitor stops it. Here we have horizontal tear caused by electrical appliances in your own home. This is what the Magic Monitor does. All right, we'll try it again. These are just some types of interference that RCA Victor's Magic Monitor screens out automatically to give you television's clearest, strongest, and steadiest picture.
The Magic Monitor is an important part of rotomatic tuning, found in every new RCA Victor television set.
We are back. We are back. You guys get to see me do something I don't usually do on stream, which is finish rolling a joint, because I didn't quite get it done during the break. Yes, I know I have a hand coming up. Give me 2 seconds to finish rolling my joint. Alrighty, a fold 4-7. It's funny, even though it's perfectly legal now in Canada to smoke the weed, still a little cautious about doing it on stream for some weird reason. One of the reasons I know is that Twitch is not headquartered in Canada, so they may actually have issues with it still. Even though it is illegal in my jurisdiction, it is technically not legal where Twitch runs their offices from. So, at least I think Twitch runs their offices from the US, where it is absolutely not still legal, or not legal yet, in most parts of the US, although it is in some parts of the US. I don't know, it still feels a little weird to me. Feels a little weird to me to be so public about it, but that's the way it goes. How's everyone doing with their grinds today? You guys having a good day on the virtual felt? A bad day on the virtual felt? Anybody get any updates on how Ian's doing in the Irish Open? I was watching some of the feature table coverage earlier today, but Ian was not on the feature table at any time that I was watching. I don't know if he has been or not, but Andy Black was on the feature table, which was very cool to see. I haven't seen him play poker for a while, so it was nice to see him back out on a poker table. But I have not seen, other than Ian's tweets, I've not seen Ian actually in action yet at the Irish Open. Hopefully we will get him on a feature table later. If we do get him on a feature table, I might throw him up on one of my screens here so we can watch while he plays, but we'll see how that goes. Things are going kind of slow for us in the Falling Star. We're down to about 10 big blinds there. We had a decent stack for a while, but we lost a relatively big hand where we flapped a big draw, and unfortunately it did not get there for us. So we lost a few chips on that hand and had to fold the river. But we're still alive. We're still alive and kicking. Got an ace jack here on the Comet Nano table where we're 5 of 17. So that puts us in the min cash spot at the moment, but there's still like ages of, I think there's still like a month and a half left in registration on the Comet Nano. So we will put in a raise from the hijack with our ace jack. Evisceration, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Welcome to the mothership. I hope everybody's poker day is going well. Ours isn't going terribly so far today. It's not going awesome yet, but we basically got our ass completely waxed in the PokerStars game we were playing. We've got another one of those coming up later, though, another stud 8 game that we will be playing. So let's get rid of the deuce to 7 since we are not playing deuce to 7 today. This won't be a shootout anymore. This will be a knockout when it comes in. Excuse me. One of these days, I'm going to not get to my mic in time. And you guys are going to lose your eardrums when that happens because it's loud to me. So I'm guessing straight into the mic, it's going to be absurdly loud to you guys. Alrighty, so the stud 8 knockout has not started yet, but it will be starting shortly. Well, I know, I saw on, I don't know about today. I know he busted day 1A yesterday, and he was firing again in 1B. But, I mean, that's going to happen. And, I mean, there's going to be, you can't expect any poker player to be able to get through. You're going to bust on day 1 a fairly high percentage of the time, even if you're a really good poker player. So. I think that's just sort of the way poker goes. It's a nice turnout so far looking for the stud 8. For the stud 8 knockout game coming up in half an hour. 20 entries already in that one. Of course, it's just tiny. I mean, we're not actually winning anything if we win it. It's just tiny buy-ins. It's 13-cent buy-in, 2 cents goes to bounty, and 11 cents, 10 cents goes to the prize pool. Yeah, absolutely, Archibald. That is gross, man. It is tough when you're not winning the races, when you're not winning your all-ins. It's pretty tough. I didn't reg in the black hole nano today because I actually did manage to get my registration in for the late Easter free roll. It accepted my ticket for that, and so that worked okay. So that will pop up, and with the PokerStars table, that will be 4 tables. So I don't want to go into I don't want to have a 5th table running. That is too many tables for my old brain to handle, I'm afraid to say, folks. I've actually never been able to play. Of course, I've never really played as like a super young person. I started my online poker when I was about 40, early 40s. Um, but I've never really been able to play more than 3 or 4 or 5 tables at once. Now, in part, that used to be when you're playing mixed games, you can't play multiple. You can't really play multiple tables, many more than 2 or 3 at once. And if you're going to play multiple tables, you have to be very careful with them. They either have to be exactly the same game on all the tables that you play. So you're playing all fixed limit '08, or you're playing all stud 8, or you're playing all Raz or whatever. Or they have to be significantly different games. Okay. One thing you should couple of things you should never do if you're a mixed game player. Never play an Omaha variant and a Badugi variant side by side. You get hands that look exactly the same when they're dealt to you. You have to play them in completely different ways. A really, really, really bad. I found a really bad idea. I get tables confused. I get my strategies confused. I start playing Omaha on the Badugi table. Start playing Badugi on the Omaha table, and it just does not work out well for anybody. Well, it works out well for my opponents. Does not work out well for me usually. That's one of the real dangers if you're playing multiple mixed game tables at one time. The other real danger if you're playing multiple mixed game tables at one time, I find, is if you're playing different kinds of stud variants together. Unless it's all in the same game. Triple stud's a lot of fun because it moves between the games, and I love that one. But let's say you've got a table of Raz going over here, and you got a table of stud going over here. Okay, same sort of problem as the Badugi Omaha scenario. You got 2 tables where your hands look exactly the same as they're getting dealt out to you. You have got to play radically different strategies in order to make both of those hands work. So your chances of getting those 2 tables mixed up once again is very tricky. So best to just avoid playing different stud variants at the same time as well. So that's my 2 sort of tips for if you're playing multiple mixed game tables. But it's tough to play multiple mixed game tables regardless, because there's so much going on in split pot games and in the other sorts of poker variants. There's so much different thinking happening that if you start putting 2 or 3 tables together, it really does get very hard to keep track of what's going on and very hard to make good decisions in all of the games that you're playing. So at least I find that's the case anyways. Much easier for me to play 4 or 5 Hold'em tables than it is to play even, say, 3 mixed game tables. So table 3 is going to be the late Easter free roll shortly. Let's add that to here, so it would be the late Easter free roll. Yeah, 4 is pretty much my sweet spot, Harchbald. And even 4 is actually a little bit too much for me. Sometimes, depending on what the action is, 4 can be a little bit too much for me. 4 tables with the deuce to 7 yesterday was tricky. That deuce to 7 was a completely different thought process to No Limit Hold'em, and it was a little bit tricky to move back and forth between the two. I'm finding the same thing with the stud 8 today. It's a little bit tricky, but it's part of the fun, and I think it's nice to see different kinds of poker on the stream as well here. So I'm pretty sure that we're never going to watch me play any Hold'em from PokerStars on the stream. It's possible that I might play. I have an $11 ticket that I still might play a Sunday Storm one day and stream, but also might not even stream that. So Piano Cat, welcome, welcome, welcome. Always good to have you here. Always good to have you here. I always put out a little bowl of milk by the door just to kind of make sure you remember we're playing here. So always nice to have you pop by. We just had the late Easter free roll pop up, so let me get that configured up on the screen for you guys. There we go. That's up on the stream now. Pair of sixes. Hang on a sec. Let me bring this guy up on the screen for you. I don't think I'm calling here a pot bet, but it's an interesting spot for sure. We're putting our money in on the Falling Star bounty table. Let's head you over there so we can have a watch at that. Just ignore the Slack stuff going off in my background. That's my colleagues talking about something that doesn't really concern me, but unfortunately it still comes through on the stream. So what can you do? Oh, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. We flopped a set. The straight comes on the board, but dude just has the 9-10 to cap out the nut straight on top of the straight on the board. And we're done in the Falling Star. We did take one booty for 34 cents, so it wasn't a total loss, but we did make our money back on it anyways. And that's a pretty absurd way for it all to end, right? But what are you gonna do? I mean, I had sixes and I had like 5 big blinds, so I'm gonna put that money in all the time. So I'm not hugely unhappy. It's always nice to see the cat in the house. Well, now that I've busted so unceremoniously in the Falling Star, let's jump into Black Hole Nano since we got an extra slot open. And we like the Black Hole Nano, so let's go do that. We end up a top pair here, so we're going to put the bet out. It was limped around to us, so pretty happy to put that bet out. Pretty happy to keep betting here. I'm sort of turning my hand into a bluff because I'm kind of repping hearts here, but we got aces. We got the aces. We got a pair of nines on the black hole nano table to start as well. I have not even got that one configured to run yet. I'm going to put in a raise of 4x with that one. I'm going to keep c-betting on this. We are going to, oh, I was talking about the nines there. We're going to put a 4x raise here with the aces from the small blind. For the record, whoops, like I say, I haven't even got that configured yet. I need to get the black hole configured. So that's what's going on the black hole now. Nice. We take a decent pot there. We also picked up some chips on the ladies to free roll table as well. We got 1,700 chips there, and we now have an ace jack offsuit. So we're going to put in a raise with that. We're going to take the blinds. Queens, put in a raise with that. Put in a raise with the ace 10. Let's go down and have a look at the ladies to free roll. Flop top pair on the black hole nano table. Black hole nano, we flop top pair. We've now got two pair, but the clubs have come in. But I think we have to call behind anyways. Because he can be doing it with bluffs. Very cool on the straight flush of this. Good job, buddy. Always nice to have a straight flush. Ant-Man, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the mothership. We are in flight with 3 games at Unibet Poker at the moment. We have got another home game with Tony Warriors popping up here shortly. In like 20 minutes. No, sorry, in like 7 minutes. Just as a reminder, the PokerStars game that will be coming up today is going to be Stud 8 in the knockout format. We played a shootout format earlier, really weird shootout format. It was a Stud 8 shootout, but because of the size of the field, there were only 3 people at each table. And one of the people at our table was sitting out. So it was basically a heads-up shootout match. Heads-up stud 8 match, which is the weirdest thing in the world, pretty much. We got our asses kicked. We ran like crap in that one. He ran like God every single hand. He had us outpipped by one card in both directions usually, and it was just pretty painful. The best we could usually do is split pots, and you're never going to win. You're never going to win a split game, split pot tournament if all you can do is split the pot for half most of the time. So that was our problem, and we ended up going pretty. In fact, the funny thing is we actually busted that table before the guy sitting out did, because we had to play, right? Because it's heads up, so we have to play. So it was pretty funny. We ended up going out, and he's sitting there heads up against some dude who's sitting out the whole time. So he's just gonna basically raise take until he wins that table. But it was pretty funny. It was a pretty funny dynamic for sure. R.I.P. Aces. Aces is gross. Gonna put in a raise with my suited connectors here on the black hole table. We'll take it down. It's never a terrible result. Picked up an ace king on the free roll table. I think we'll probably just look like a maniac on this one and just overshove. Try to get him to call off, thinking that we're being a bully with our stack. Just like that. Oh, wow, and he just hits it. So, because I guess you don't always want to get in with your best hand, with the best hand. I guess just calling off with 8-6 there is a good idea. Aces in the Comet Nano. I'll let you know how these threes go in the free roll as well. I called behind with my threes in the free roll because I'm just basically set mining with them at this point. We did not hit our set, so we're probably... The original raiser checks to us when the ace-queen comes on the board, though, so we put in a bet, actually, with our threes to try to rep the ace. Try to rep calling behind with the ace. We take it down. Right, so somebody donks into us here with the aces. Okay. Pretty nice hand developing on the black hole as well. Have a quick look at that. But we'll go back and focus on what happens with the aces here. I mean, this guy could certainly be donking into me with two pairs in this spot, in which case we're in some trouble. But I don't think we can... Cool, so we take her down with our pair of aces. Picked up a pair of sevens on the black hole nano table in the small blind. So raising a call, been raising a call. I think we're going to put in a 3-bet with 3-bet with this hand. Alrighty, so the stud 8 has just popped up, and we've hit our set on the black hole nano table. For the time being, I'm going to leave this not looking so good for our set on the black hole, or on the black hole nano table, but I think we're going to keep putting money in the pot. He does not need to have a 6 here. And he does not have a 6. Just letting everybody on the stud 8 table know that they're on the stream. Thank you, Avis. Appreciate that. It was a tough call, but you got to make them sometimes. Pair of queens on the Comet Nano table. Definitely putting in the raise there. Let's go have a closer look at that one. Yeah, we're calling this off all day long. Just going to think about it for another couple seconds, but we're calling this off all day long, right? Yeah, we are. Sorry for the slow roll there, buddy, but what are you going to do? Just put all my chips in the middle in the free roll with 10s on the big blind after limpy, limpy, limpy. Looks like Elvire might be. Oof, that's a pretty loose call. That's a pretty loose call. So we double up. Nice little double up for us there. So this is not a great hand for stud 8. Wouldn't be a terrible starting hand for stud. Wouldn't be a great starting hand for stud either, but it wouldn't be a terrible one. Stud 8, it's pretty much garbage. You're pretty capped for high, and you suck pretty bad for low. So you probably don't ever want to get involved with hands like this. Middle pairs with 9 or 10 in them, or any of the big. Well, you can sometimes play with a pair of 7s and a king, because you can hit the king and still have a decent high possibility. But when you're sitting there with a 9 or a 10 or something, it's really not. There's a lot of ways you get yourself in trouble later on down the road there, and you end up calling behind with a bad low and a bad high, and you end up just getting capped and scooped a lot, or quartered, or gross things like that. So it's not a great situation to get involved in. Likewise with hands like King 6-5, you just don't want to get involved. Pair of aces on the Comet Nano table again. Let's just be Crazy Papa for a day. How about that? How about we be Crazy Papa for a hand? Didn't even realize Crazy Papa was at the table. I just noticed that. I mean, we probably lost some value from that. And this is going to sound like totally unscientific and totally horrible from a poker player perspective, but it felt to me like that was a hand where my aces were going to get cracked. So I wanted to get that over with pre-flop, and I actually did not want to play that. I did not want to see a flop on that hand by any stretch of the imagination. Just the way my feeling was there. I'm like, I have the best hand. I have the best hand now. I know I do. I want to take the pot down now, and I know I have the best hand. So I know I lost value on that. And I know that my reason for why I shoved is bad, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, nice. Nice. That's Stud Cash you were playing? I don't think I've ever played Stud Cash before. I always play tournaments. And I enjoy the tournaments. I'm trying to bluff on the black hole, and it worked. It worked. We did manage to bluff with our counterfeit two pairs. So we got a gut shot. The 10 gives us pretty much the nuts. So let's put out a semi-bluff here on the, since it checks to us on the button. I think we need to just keep the pressure on here. Does not feel like he's got much. I wonder if another bluff ever gets through here. I think we have to try it though. I think we have to three-barrel this one. It's twice we've bluffed him. We got to pay some. We got to be careful with that though. This could be an interesting hand on the stud 8 table. Deuce 3 is a great place to start with a low hand. The jack's obviously not terribly happy with me, but given that I had to bring in and I didn't have to call anything else, and that I've now got 3 cards to a low, which is the best he could also have at this point, I think we're calling to see at least one more street. And our pair of jacks could be the best high hand now, so I think we're going to put in a bet. Our 2 pairs is almost certainly the best hand now, so we're going to put in another bet. He could be drawing to a low, but I think we've got a lock on the high here, so we're definitely keeping the pressure on. Oh, so gross, so gross. That's about the same way I was running in the shootout. Yeah. Nice, yeah. 7-card stud high low. I think I have played a little bit of cash of that now that you mention it. And yeah, it was actually quite a bit of fun. I think I made some money on it. I never did play a lot of cash. I've always been a tournament. I've always been a tournament guy. Alrighty, we have a chance to actually value bet into this dude now. And I think we're in a spot where he's going to want, yep, that's what I thought was going to happen. We're in a spot where he's going to want to bluff us. Now, he could just have the 5-7 and have us killed, or the 5-deuce and have us killed, but that's not going to happen very often. So I think we just have to put our money in and hope for the best. Wow. He folded. I actually thought he was going to call us off there. I actually thought he was going to think we were bluffing again. Or he thought he was going to think we were bluffing at that time. Wow, and the 7-3 just fucking caps him. Crazy. Crazy. He's got to be like tilted to hell right now. He's got to be tilted to hell right now. Piano Cat will be happy to hear the PokerStars sounds back again for the day. I promise we'll only play this game on PokerStars, though. I do have a Hexa Pro ticket that I need to play at some point. Yeah, I got no ideas. It seems to be working okay for me so far today. Have you closed and reopened your client again? I had to update again today, so they may have had a bug fix that they put in last night after the problems yesterday, after everything got canceled yesterday. Because I was logged out, and I closed my client, I rebooted my computer, and it made me download again when I reopened it. So maybe try that, Evisceration. Try closing the client and reopening again and see if it downloads an update. You will also notice that I've changed my avatar, playing as Bricky Martin today rather than Tangeli. That wasn't a planned thing. I was just playing as Bricky Martin later in the day yesterday, and forgot to change my name this morning when I started. I was pretty sure you were joking about the Crazy Papa thing, Evisceration, but I was never 100% certain, to be honest, so it's nice to have you clarify that. We're building up a nice low, or a nice high, I mean, here on the stud 8 table. Although we are in a bit of trouble potentially against Jedi Ray 2. We got no low draw though, so we're in trouble for half the pot. He's not got a low draw either though, so we're good for that. And he actually may think that we're scooping the pot from him with a low draw and potentially good high. So we can take it down here even when our high is not the best high. I think we have to try to put in a raise here because it looks like we could have a very good low, or we could have a set of deuces. Yeah, see, and this is what's been happening to me all the time in this. We get, he gets there on the end. That's the way poker goes, and I'm just running like shit today in the stud 8. And unfortunately, stud 8 is one of those games where it's a very runny game, and when you're on a bad run, you're on a bad run, and that's just the way it goes. There's not a lot you can do about it. And the other guy's getting there against you, and stud is very much like that. So we got jacks and queens now, which is going to be the best high hand. He could have a low, so we could split this, but we're going to keep betting our high. And I think we're going to be ahead on high all the time. Okay, Evisceration. Yeah, I just wanted to double check because I know that was one of the things I had to do this morning was download a new version of the client. So it is kind of weird. Don't know what's going on. Night Chopper, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream once again, as usual. We are in flight and having some fun playing the pokers. We have got 4 tables running at the moment. We got the Black Hole Nano. We got the Comet Nano, both of which we're doing pretty good in. We got deuces all over the place as well. So life is we got the ducks. We got the ducks happening. We're not flopping any sets with the ducks. But I think we're going to call off down here on the free roll table. With our ducks, and we're going to win. And I think we're going to fold our ducks on the black hole table. So yeah, we've got the Black Hole Nano, we got the Comet Nano, we got the free roll, late Easter free roll, and we got the PokerStars stud 8 knockout from Tony Warrior's home game. Put in a raise with our Queen 10 from the small blind here. Shoving on the It's a good high hand possibility on the stud 8 table. We lose a bunch of chips on the free roll table, but it's the way it's going to go. Oh my god, do we call off 7s on the black hole? Do we call off with 7s on the black hole? That's a really big shove, so no, I don't think we do. So really, at this point now, all I've got is a gut shot possibility here. Might be some pairs, but the best we're hoping for is calling for a chop, so I think we got to get out of here. Awesome, Night Chopper. Good to hear you feeling better, buddy. Good to hear you feeling better. Just in time for our Good Friday music party stream tomorrow as well. We'll be filling up the airways with good Canadian classic tunes. As I said earlier, some of them are classic in the sense that they are globally recognized as awesome songs by lots of people. And others are classics because they are very much part of the Canadian identity and very much speak to something Canadian. Some of those will be brand new to you guys, both in terms of songs and artists, I'm thinking. So we'll have some fun with that, I think. You guys will be able to add your own. You guys will be able to add your own picks as well. Although the playlist will start off full, it will obviously get empty, and you guys can add your own as it goes, and we can bump your stuff up to the top as well, so we get some of your guys in there in the middle as well. So it's not all my selections. So, yeah, sleeping more. Sleeping is super important, and we tend to ignore it a lot until it gets to a point where we have no choice but to pay attention to it. So it's important. But yeah, getting enough sleep is a huge amount of your health. There's not getting enough sleep can cause any number of health problems, and getting enough sleep will make you feel 150% healthier than you did before. It's pretty astonishing, I found. Stress being the other big thing. I noticed that when I left my job last year. I hadn't even realized how much stress I was under in the job. Like about 2 weeks after I left the job, and I'd been essentially unemployed / self-employed for 2 weeks. And all of a sudden, I don't have a sore neck in the morning, or I don't have a sore neck at all. I can move my neck all over the place. My back isn't sore all the time. I'm not exhausted all the time, and I'm like, holy shit! I didn't even realize how much it was affecting me. So yeah, there's lots of stuff that can happen that can really affect you in a deep way that you're not even aware is going on necessarily, until you get rid of it and you realize, oh, so this is the way you're actually supposed to feel. Oh, I got it. Things are going pretty well for us in both these tournaments, or in both of our money tournaments on Unibet, though. We've got 11 of 59 in the Black Hole Nano. Still ages to go in late registration in that one, of course. Comet Nano is coming close to the end of late registration. And we are sitting 9 of 31 in that one with 9 people getting paid. So we're right on the money bubble, that one. But Yeah, I'm definitely glad to hear you're feeling much better, Night Shopper. It's always sucky to be sick, to not be feeling well, especially if you're not really sure what's going on. So we aren't too far away from money in the free roll. Money, of course, being Hexapro tickets again. I'm going to have to miss my usual home game this month because I'll be working in Calgary during the time. It will be next week. It would normally be tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow's Good Friday, so we cancel it and put it on for the following week. Right, so we have a break coming up here shortly. Let me get you queued up for another set of ads. We got some deodorant ads coming up. I think this is a whole set for a specific kind of deodorant called Stop It deodorant from the 1950s. So we're going to head off to the break and enjoy. We'll be right back.
Stop It asks, what's your line?
I've got the busiest job in the whole world, American housewife. That means being on the go all day long. And it means looking my best at dinner time, too. That's why I always use Stop It spray deodorant. It gives me protection I can be sure of no matter what my day's schedule calls for. It's so quick and so wonderfully convenient. Just a squeeze of the bottle and poof, there goes perspiration. Hold the bottle upright and you get this fine, misty spray.
Yes, here at last is the truly modern deodorant. No sticky fingers, no mess, no waste. Oops. But don't worry, that marvelous Stop It bottle can't break, leak, or spill. Find out for yourself why millions have turned from old-fashioned deodorants to the new convenience, new effectiveness of Stop It. At your favorite drug or cosmetic counter, ask for Stop It spray deodorant.
Whew, there goes perspiration.
Yes, more and more and more and more people are switching to Stop It spray deodorant. Because Stop It, with its anti-immunity factor, is now more effective than ever. Thanks to this anti-immunity factor, when you use Stop It daily, you get full effectiveness day after day. It never lets you down like this. So switch to Stop It spray deodorant.
Look for it at your drug or cosmetic counter in this new Help Yourself display.
This is the special value package of Stop It spray deodorant you'll be seeing on drug and cosmetic counters everywhere. It means that when you buy a regular-sized bottle of Stop It at the regular price, you'll get this generous 47-day trial bottle with it free. It's our way of making still more friends for Stop It, and it's a delightful bonus for regular users. Gives you a handy extra bottle for travel, for your dressing table, or for others in your family. This offer is limited, so get Stop It right away and get your 47-day trial bottle absolutely free.
When it comes to a deodorant, some people are still in the dark. Maybe it's time we threw a little light on the subject. You want a deodorant to make you mighty like a rose. But if you think that's enough, you're very, very mistaken. So, why don't you get next to Stop It? Stop It protects those pretties next to you. That devastating dress. That altogether bewitching lingerie. You see, Stop It is an antiperspirant, too, and here's how it works. It closes down your pores like so many tiny, tiny little windows. But Stop It doesn't stop there. Stop It is gentle as a spring day. When you pick Stop It, you're picking a lotion spray with soothing, soothing ingredients. It's wonderful. Poof! There goes perspiration. shouldn't you get? Stop it.
That was Dorothy Jarnack. Isn't she wonderful? And now, I have some wonderful news. Because we are so sure you'll find Stop at everything you want in a deodorant, we're offering you this 47-day trial bottle free. When you buy the regular size bottle of Stop at the regular price, you'll get this generous trial bottle with it, an extra 47-day supply. It's your opportunity to see for yourself why so many millions of women and men insist on Stop at, America's most popular spray deodorant. So get Stop at now and get your 47-day trial bottle free.
We are back once again here live on the Mothership, ladies and gentlemen. Cats, all humans, all non-human sentient creatures, and all non-sentients who might be out there watching our poker action today. Enjoy the fun. We got 4 games going at the moment. We got 3 on Unibet, Black Hole Nano, Comet Nano, and the late Easter free roll. We also have a Stud 8 knockout game going from PokerStars in Tony Warrior's home game that we're having some fun with as well, although we're getting our ass kicked pretty badly in this format today. The shootout went horribly wrong for us pretty much the entire way along. We got outpipped on every single hand we played pretty much by our opponents. And pretty much the same thing's happening here in the knockout version as well. So what are you going to do? What are you going to do? It's the way poker goes sometimes, and it's especially true with the stud variants. They very much seem to be something where one player will get on a hot streak and suddenly be getting all the hands, while everybody else is just slightly worse than them or not quite getting there, breaking out kind of thing. So yeah, it's tough. So we got the Black Hole Nano running. We got the Comet Nano. Currently in the Black Hole Nano, we're 12 of 72 with 15 people getting paid, it looks like, at the moment. And we're going to put in a raise with our King Queen. Going to put out a bet with our top pair. Finally managed to win a hand on the stud 8 table. Just a high with 2 pairs, 4s and 3s, but it was a decent little hand. Hey, we're back to over start stack. Back to over start stack on the table here. That's a hand you'd play in straight studs. Not really one you play in stud 8 though. You're sort of relying on everybody else missing their low in order to scoop that pot, so. Yeah, they're a little. Some of the little giveaway gimmicks they did back then were pretty questionable. Pretty questionable tactics, I think. So I was going through the games. We got the Black Hole Nano where we're sitting 10 of 72. We got the Comet Nano where we're sitting at 10 of 29 with 9 getting paid. Got the Easter Free Roll where we're on our last dregs of chips, but we are close to the money. Probably not going to make it, but you never know. And we have our Stud 8 game going over on Tony Warrior's stream, where we've just we do have a low draw, so I think we're going to see that. We do manage to hit our low. He does not ever have a low here. No, he never has a low here. So I think we always have to call with our low. We can raise there, actually, and raise is probably what we should have done. We almost never get the full out of the raise, but we do occasionally. And we know on that situation we are splitting the pot when he calls because we know he can't have a low, so we know our low wins half the pot all the time there. So actually, a raise would have been the best move on that hand, to be honest. I mean, it's not a raise that gets through very often, but it's also a hand where we're, even when we get called or when we get re-raised, we're always winning half the pot. So, yeah. So the raise has to go because we can only ever win all the pot with when we raise and he folds. It's the only time we ever win the whole pot on that hand. So the only chance we ever have of scooping that is by putting in a raise on 7th there. So we missed a chance for extra value on that one. I don't think that in that particular spot we ever get him to fold, but we still missed value and we should still raise because we never lose money with that raise. Ever do we lose money with that raise in that particular spot. When you know the other guy can't have a low and you have a low, you're never going to lose value. You're never going to lose money. The worst you're ever going to do is break even on those spots. It's trickier the other way around, of course. When you think you have the best high, you can't necessarily do the same sort of raise because you don't know. You can never be sure what the other guy's high is. You can be sure a lot of times what the other guy's low is, but you can never be sure what the other guy's high is. I mean, the whole event is themed around you, Night Shopper. How could you possibly miss that? It's like you'd be the guest of honor. You'd be the guest of honor in that one. Still about the same situations happening on the...
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in.
Whoops! Sorry about that, guys. That clicked the wrong button there. My fingers are... Keep your fingers off of the keyboard dial. We managed to back into a ticket on the free roll table. We were all in with King 10, and I guess we managed... I didn't even actually see the hand, so I guess we managed to survive, obviously. because we're here with 2,600 chips, and the bubble just burst. So we got another €1 Hexapro ticket. I should play one of those. Should play one of those today. I've got 2 tickets now there. I should play 1 or 2 of those on stream today. This is not a great starting hand for stud 8. It's not a terrible one either, though, and we're definitely continuing with our low draw now. We're both sort of, at best, drawing for low. I can credibly bet this and take it down a good portion of the time. I know I'm going to take down half the pot at this stage. Well, I don't know that for sure. He could hit a low on the on 7th. We improve our low, however, so we got a 76 at this point, which means our low is always good. No, I won't say it's always good, but it's good about 98% of the time here. So I think we're going to do this raise thing that I was talking about earlier. Oof. See, that's now in that situation, it wasn't exactly the same as the previous situation because I wasn't 100% sure he didn't have a low. Like I said, he could hit his low on 7th, which he did. He basically hit perfect on 7th for the low. So that was not the exact same spot that we were in before. It was still, I think, a good spot for me to put in a raise on. It just didn't work out that time. He happened to hit perfect on 7th, but I think it was still a good place for me to put a raise in. This is an awesome hand that we've just backed into here on the stud 8. We're basically locked up nuts on both ends. So we took another Hexapro ticket in the Easter Turbo. We are out of that one now. I think I might run those. I think I might run one of those tickets once this stud 8 table finishes here. Run at least one of those tickets. pair of nines with a 7. That is a crappy hand to play in stud 8. Interesting hand potentially on the Comet. We had top pair on the flop in the turn, and we've just turned or rivered 2 pairs, but it's also a straight hand. However, we're still going to bet into this guy and make him put all his money in it. If he's got ace-king, he's got ace-king. Suppose we could check and see if he wants to bluff into us there. That might be a better way of getting the rest of his stack, but I'm also not thrilled with the way that board ran out either, so I'm not really that eager to go crazy on that one. So I think I'd rather put in the bet. Don't necessarily want to face his bluff there. Pair of queens on the black hole nano. We got a call from the button. So we got second pair to the board. Get rid of the 10 deuce here. Things seem to have turned around a little bit for us in the stud 8. We're got more than the start stack now anyways, which is we were rarely bigger than a start stack. I think we never got more than 3,100 chips in the shootout format. Or, yeah, the shootout format. So, I mean, we still only have 3,100 chips here, but we're actually on the upswing now. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see if it can continue. Didn't see what Andre folded, but we've got 3 clubs here, and we don't have a great low draw, but I think we want to see a few cards if we can. So we are slowly working into a low, although we can't really withstand any betting at this point, I don't think. Get this flop on the black hole nano table. Take it down. So we pair our 7 on 6th against a pair of kings showing. So we have no chance at the low. We could bluff at a low, but it's really not profitable to be trying to bluff at half a pot here. So we're never really going to be doing that. Oh, wow. We got a decision to make here on the black hole nano, and I think that decision is let's put all our chips in the middle. Boom! Alrighty, so the black hole nano is going well for us so far tonight. As is the Comet Nano. Nice read, yep. Absolutely nice read. And that's the thing with Omaha games. If you're sitting there with the 3rd or the 4th best full house, your hand is dead. I mean, obviously, if you're in a hold'em game and you're sitting there with the third or the fourth best full house, your hand might be dead, but it's a lot less likely. In Omaha, somebody else has the cards that need to that they need to make a better full house than you in almost 100% of the cases. It's astonishing, actually, how often that hits. Um, you really need to be nutted in the pot limit Omaha games to be calling off aggressive action in any of the spots. You need to be nutted, and you need to be redrawing to bigger nuts, typically, when people start getting aggressive, because that's typically where they are when they're getting aggressive like that. Very nutty with redraws to extra nutty hands. As I like to joke, the worst thing that can possibly happen to you in pot limit Omaha is to flop the nut straight. Because the nut straight is almost never the nuts by the time the river card hits. The flop nut straight is almost never the nuts by the time the river card hits. It's an interesting spot here on the stud 8 table. Ace deuce 6 is a super strong starting hand. So we definitely want to put in the raise with it. The queen does not obviously help our low, but we can pretend that it's helping us come out. It does not need to help him. His jack does not need to help him either, so I don't think we're going anywhere. I think he's just doing this to try to push us away. So we're definitely not going anywhere at this point. It's going to be a check call situation now that we've got very nutted low draws. And we hit our nutted low draws, so we're on a 64, which is the nut 6. So I think we're going to start to put money in the pot now. And I think at this point we're happy to put in as much money as we can because we're guaranteed half the pot at this point. I doubt there's only one hand that beats us on low, and he's going to have to basically be happy with his high, which he is, obviously, but we were so nutted there on low that we're basically always trying to get as much money as we can in there. We don't win the high very often there, and it is sort of an exercise in everybody putting in more money and then just splitting the pot. But there are rare times when my extra bets, my extra aggression gets him to fold a weak high hand, so that's why I do it. Yes, big hold, big hold, big hold. Ace king v ace queen. Gotta love it when that actually works and it does its job. So we're in scoring position in both the Black Hole Nano and the Comet Nano. Still rather early going in the Black Hole, but Comet, I think, is ended reg now? Comet has now ended reg, yes. Pair of sevens with a 4. It's not the worst place to start on a stud 8 hand. Not the best place to start on a stud 8 hand by any stretch of the imagination either, though. However, when you get your third 7 on 4th Street, it's a pretty darn good situation for you to be in. 88 Connor here is working on a low potentially, so we could be splitting against him. But it's extra nice for us to be in 3 ways here because it does mean we get to split somebody else's chips usually in a split pot situation. And we could even back into a low here. Folks. That would be a pretty awesome spot for us to be in. We do not back into the low, but we have got pretty much a lock. Our trip 7s are going to be the best hand here high a lot of the time. And if he does not hit a low, which he does not in this case, we are going to take a rather big pot here. Yeah. Yes, redrawing to the bigger nuts always has advantages in all sorts of contexts. This is a playable low starting hand. It's not great. 86 is not a great place to start your trip on a low from, but it's a qualifying low. It's not the worst place, and given the way the rest of the table was looking, it was actually one that I was playing because they weren't looking like they were working on very good lows either. So. No, that's awesome, MV. You are doing a great job, and your bankroll is bigger than mine. I mean, I'm I'm only at about 130, and I'm kind of hovering at that point. So it would be nice to get a breakthrough. Yeah, it'd be nice to get the 38 euros that's up top in both of the black hole and the comet today. That'd be pretty darn cool. Definitely putting in a bet with the aces here. We're going to take it down all the time. We should have probably raised pre-flop with an ace-deuce there, although the 9 kind of does cripple our hand a little bit. Ace-deuce 4, we're definitely getting involved here. There are people that will bring in for the full bet on this case. That's a really dumb thing to do because you actually want somebody to bring in so you can actually come back over top of them. Or, I mean, you want somebody else to complete so you can come back over top of them. That didn't happen, obviously, in this case, but that was what I would have preferred to have. That's why I only come in for the bring-in on those. Because I want somebody to come over top of me so I can re-raise. That's a ace-deuce 4 is one of the best starting hands in 08 you can possibly have. Some discussion about whether 3-4-5 or ace-deuce 3 is the hand you want to start with as your sort of nut 3-card starting hand in 08. Obviously suited, those 3 cards suited is going to be your strongest ones, one of those two sets. The reason there's some discussion about it is obviously the ace-deuce 3 gives you the nuts and takes away 2 nut cards or 3 nut cards from somebody else, and the 2 most important nut cards, which are the ace-deuce. So that's what makes the ace-deuce 3 super strong. The problem with the ace-deuce 3 is that it only makes straights one way when you start with ace-deuce 3. It can only make straights with the 4 and the 5. So when you start with 3-4-5, you've actually got your high hand straights going both ways. You've still got 3 cards to the nut low. You're not blocking quite as many of the best nut low cards, but you are blocking the 3, 4, and the 5, which means that a lot of times when somebody else does hit a low with their ace-deuce, it's actually going to be a 6 or a 7, which you can potentially beat with your 3, 4, 5 if you can hit an ace and deuce as well. So there's some discussion there, but yeah, basically those any 3 cards in the nut range is what you're trying to play in the nut low range. I'm saying is what you're trying to play in 08. Going to put in a raise here on the Comet Nano with our kings, and we will continue the betting aggressively on the flop. This feels like it's just one of those cooler situations, but if it is, it is. Yeah, just one of those cooler situations that we end up sucking out in, which I'm fairly happy with. But Yeah, it's dirty, dirty, filthy. But in that particular case, when the Jack 9 calls my 4x raise pre-flop and then just hits 2 pairs, I'm pretty happy with that dirty, dirty run out, frankly. I'm not going to get excited and like binkage and pump my fist about it, but I'm pretty happy about it, I have to say. Yeah, I'm going to try to satellite into a few of the low events as well. I'm going to focus my attentions on the Nano though, because I want to make a run at the Nano leaderboard, and I think if I focus my attentions, I could actually do that, even with my limited playtime. So I probably will absolutely play Nano events, and then add in other events as I have extra brain space and table space for them, I think. Yeah, I was looking at something like 200 points to win the Nano leaderboard. I don't think they're paying out cash this time. I think they're paying it out in points for the bonus store, or points for those sorts of points, I think is what I saw in the link, but I could be wrong about that. I'll have to go back and have another look. But it does look like it'll be. It didn't look like they were giving away dollars or euros for that. It looked like they were giving away points of some kind. No, MVE. I think you have a chance with the way you've been running. You cash a ton. You cash a ton of the Nano level events. And while winning is going to be crucial for points, people only win 1 or 2 of these events at any given time. I mean, very rarely does somebody go on a run where they win like 4 or 5 or 6 events. The people that do really well in these sorts of point races are the people that cash consistently. Not necessarily somebody who wins a couple. Now, if you win one and you also cash consistently, then you're probably going to be the guy that takes it down. But no, I honestly think MVE. I think you have an excellent chance at placing at least. Maybe not winning. I don't even think I have a chance at winning necessarily the whole leaderboard. But I certainly have a good chance of placing in it. I think, and I think you have at least as good of a chance as I do in the Nano. In the Nano Stakes games here on Unibet, from what I've seen, from your results. Yeah, just playing the right avatar matters, right? You know, if you're playing Flip Like Lanny, you're gonna be unbeatable, right? So we're 6 away from the money in the Comet Nano now. I am second of 15 with about 40,000 chips less than the top stack, but we're sitting pretty healthy at the moment. Yeah, I mean, it was a good 3. One of the reasons I didn't fist pump and do that is because it took me about 3 or 4 seconds to figure out why the chips were being pushed over to my spot, because I'd already mentally checked out of the game as soon as I saw the Jack 9. I'd mentally checked out of the Comet for the day, and was moving on to other tournaments, and then all of a sudden I saw a bunch of chips moving towards my spot, and I'm like, wait a second, what happened here? So yeah, it was one of those situations where I'd literally already moved on. It was done. It was over, and I was happy to be finished with it. It's a gross spot, but I have to call for the low draw that I have. We hit our low draw, so we're going to split this pot all the time. This is one of those places. I know he doesn't have a low, so I want to make sure that he has to put all of his money in. It's going to be the case. We're going to split this pot, so that's cool. Wow, he's got like fucking all the hands there, doesn't he? He's got like every fucking hand he could possibly want there. Yeah, no, absolutely true. You're right, Night Chopper. It really does. It really does make it easy, and it's going to be like a wickedly large field. Because, yeah, you're right. I mean, we're competing against guys like Ian as well in the nanos, because he plays all the nano level events as well. So we're competing against big, solid players. Yeah. What are you playing today, Piano Cat? Are you on? You're not on your Wizardwick avatar still, are you? Is that the one you're talking about dumping? There are avatars that I've had that I just literally got rid of because I never seem to win when I was playing them. So I superstitious and I get out of the way and I just get rid of them. Yeah, that's a hand you'd play in stud high, but not really one you play in stud low. Put in a raise with ace jack on the black hole nano table. You got a call from a similar size stack to us in the button. Yeah. Yeah, money is probably not a great thing to have in your avatar. I mean, if you're Sam Greenwood, you can get away with having an avatar like straight dollar homie. But you know, that's Sam Greenwood, right? We're not Sam Greenwood here. We're not any of the we're not even Luke Greenwood here, folks. We're none of the Greenwoods. I always think that's funny, actually. I always wonder what it feels like to be Luke Greenwood and realize that you're one of the best poker players in the world, but you're only the third best poker player in your family. How does that feel? Of course, I'm assuming everybody knows who I'm talking about when I talk about the Greenwood family. They're Canadian high roller players. Sam Greenwood is the big name. Max Greenwood is his twin brother, and then there's Luca Greenwood, who is the younger brother of the other two. And Sam Greenwood just crushes the high rollers like everywhere he goes. He's final tabling or winning high roller events everywhere. He won the high roller event at the PCA this year. He just crushes. If the buy-in is like $25,000 or more, there's a good chance that Sam Greenwood's going to walk away with some money out of the deal. And his brothers are excellent poker players as well. Both Max and Luke are excellent poker players as well. But yeah, I always think it's funny that you're Luke Greenwood. You're one of the you're probably on a knowledgeable poker players list of the 20 best poker players in the world, but you're only the third best poker player in your house. That's got to be tricky. Two bounties just went down on the stud 8 table. It's the first knockouts we've seen so far. We are still in the running with some chips. We are 3 from the cash in the Comet Nano table. All right, gotcha, Piano Cat. I think my Flush Puppy avatar has to go the way of the Dodo as well for similar reasons. Flush Puppy never wins anything. She sucks as a poker player, so I think she's gotta get kicked out of the stable. Good luck, MVE. That sucks, Evisceration. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. Things are looking pretty good for us, though, in both the Black Hole Nano and the Comet Nano for now. 3 away from the money in the Comet Nano with we are at 3rd place in chips at the moment, so we're pretty much guaranteed a cash if things don't go horribly wrong for us, which of course they can. We would have liked to have played this hand, but the way things go horribly wrong for us is to get involved with things like 7-3 and then miss the flop completely, and then try to get creative. So not getting involved with 7-3 is probably still our best bet, even though we would flop 2 pair and now end up on a board that's really tricky to call on because any 5 beats us. We got something interesting happening on the stud 8 table. A pair of aces with a 6 in the background. So the split aces is always a nice hand to have. It can look very much like we're working on a low when we also have a very good high. The when we draw 4 here, we are very strong at this point. And I don't think we're ever going anywhere. Here, he can raise the hell out of us, and we are not going anywhere. Good luck, Jedi Ray Ray. We got trip aces. He's got trip queens. Wow. And we take 2 booties for 4 cents. Bet my pair of 8s here. So we got 2 pairs here, 8s and 5s. I think we're probably calling off for high. We're losing a lot against high, but we could split a fair bit as well. Wow. I was expecting. I wasn't really expecting to have won that one, to be honest, but yes, enjoy your folding there, Ant-Man. Have fun pitching those cards into the buck. Try to find creative ways to fold your cards. So we've just taken over first chip position here in the stud 8. We're going to keep the pressure on. Ace, King, 7 isn't a terrible starting hand here. Going to raise from Bobby DR. If I'm remembering correctly, Bobby DR is actually Tony for Tony Warriors, so he's the guy that's running this stream. I think we're going to call behind, see what 4th Street brings, and we'll make an assessment from there. So we don't draw out much on our low draw. We don't improve much on high either. So I think we're going to see one more street. So that pairs our 7. I'm pretty happy with that for high. That looks like he's pulled a low draw. So we're basically just here on a pair of 7s, which actually isn't going to win the high that often, but I guess it does this time. Oh, we had kings and 7s. Did we hit those kings, king on the final? Okay, no, we hit it. I didn't actually notice that I paired the king on the... Comet time, 2 to go to the money. We are putting some money in with our queens. The one of the people that could knock us out is on our table here, Goldschlager. So could be kind of gross to have to face a shove from him with our queens, but pretty happy with that. Pretty happy with that flop. We got the overpair plus this spade draw, so we're going to keep the pressure on. We did get the big stack out of the way as well, so we're not actually in danger of going out of the tournament here. We are in danger of knocking these guys out. So he could have 2 spades here. He could just have the ace and have our spade draw crippled. But I think he's doing this with ace, spade, jack, X a lot. Ace, spade, 10X a lot. So I think we are ahead here a lot of the time. Set of 10s, I guess not. Oh well, happens. We're still in scoring position in this one, pretty sure. Yep. Excuse me for coughing in your ears there. I apologize. It's one of the reasons why I was willing to call there is that I mean I knew there's ways that we could be in trouble, but I also knew there was a lot of ways we could be ahead, and there was a lot of ways we could be we could still draw out to win. Alrighty, queens again. I guess this could be it. Are we going to bubble the comet again today? That would be gross if we do that, but I mean, I don't think at this point when we've got a min bet and a call, or a min raise and a call. Is reshoving my option here, or is calling and seeing the flop my option here? I think calling and seeing the flop is my choice here. Nice flop for us to see. Let's let one of those other guys bet into us. Of course, there could be a 10 jack out there, and we could just be dead, but and need to hit the pair to improve. So I don't think we can keep trying to get people to bet into us. I think we have to bet our set. We are still in first chip position out of 10 remaining in the stud 8 for the record as well. There are 5 places getting paid in that one. Yeah, I'm going to have a look at those steps as well. I haven't really looked too much at them, but it looks like an interesting concept that I'll have to give a try on at some point. So we're hand for hand in the Comet Nano now. And we have another break coming up shortly, so let me set up some commercials for you. So this is my final set of new old ads for today. After this, we'll have to go back to some old material that we've already watched. So we'll be back in a few short minutes.
If you've got your own waterfall, maybe we're not talking to you. But how long since you've had a clean feeling like this? You can with New Stopette. And nothing is safer than New Stopette. In it is an element that's actually used to purify the water you drink. And this ingredient is so effective that 1 tiny ounce will kill bacteria in 5,000 gallons of water. So shouldn't you get Stopette? Right now, you get Helene Curtis Shampoo Plus Egg free with large-size Stopette. It's Stopette Sunshine Special, $1.74 value, only $1.25 plus tax. Add highlights to your hair, confidence to your day with Stopette's Sunshine Special.
You know, some things are just too personal to talk about, so we ask you to take a look. Now, if you flinch a little at these 2 words, then your present deodorant has just got to go. Replace that pretty jar, that trick bottle, or that old-fashioned deodorant with the one deodorant and antiperspirant that takes these 2 words right out of your life. The unfailing Stopette spray. You know, you're too nice a person to take a chance on anything less than Stopette. And these days, when so many deodorants do a fast fade-out like this, you need the unfailing, reassuring, all-day protection of the world's originally really effective spray deodorant, Stopette. Today, more than ever, in an improved new way, poof, there goes perspiration. Why, there's enough protection here for 2 of you. And Stopette gives you double the effectiveness, double the confidence, and it's twice as safe for your tender skin and your even tenderer, delicate sheer blouses. So do yourself a favor. You know, a lot of folks tell us they've tried other brands, but they always come back to Stopette because Stopette never, ever lets you down. Deodorants may come and go. Only Stopette stays and stays. So get rid of at least 2 unpleasant things in your life. Tomorrow, make a change. Get some good out of your deodorant for a change. Change to Stopette for good.
Oh, sorry, Walt.
It's all right. Nothing broken.
Say, don't tell me a big He-Man like you uses a deodorant.
Not a deodorant, Dan. Stopette spray deodorant. And there's nothing sissy about it.
Ah, go on.
Listen, it isn't only heat that makes us perspire. Excitement will do it, too. Pressure of business, any kind of tension.
Yes, but does this really work on men?
You're doggone right it does. That's why I like Stopette. It's not only a deodorant, but it's an antiperspirant, too.
An anti-what?
I mean, it actually gets rid of perspiration all day. That's really important. Don't, not like that. Like this. Just hold the bottle straight up, give it a quick squeeze, just one, and it lasts all day long.
Say, that's all right. It's easy to use, isn't it?
Nothing to stick your fingers into either, and it dries just like that.
Say, Walt, can I borrow this?
Sure, just put it in my locker after you're finished. And pick some up for yourself on the way home.
Thanks, Walt.
Poof. There goes perspiration. Now for those who prefer a cream, here is new Stopette Cream Deodorant and Antiperspirant in the swivel case that works like a lipstick. This new twist means no stubborn jars, no gooey fingers, no waste, nothing to wash off. Look for this special display at your favorite drug or cosmetic counter. And remember, Stopette Cream Deodorant and its anti-immunity factor, the new way to smooth away perspiration.
We are back, about to begin. This is the Black Hole Nano Table, 24 of 94, 26 getting paid. We're still registering for about 20 minutes in that one, 10 minutes maybe. And the Comet Nano, We are 8 of 10 with 9 getting paid on the hard money bubble for that one. Excuse me. And we're still top chip stack in the PokerStars Stud 8 home game for Tony Warriors. Nice, 78 cents, nothing to sneeze at. Better than a smack in the nuts with a frozen squirrel, that's for sure. Hey, thank you for the raid, Tony. Thank you for the raid, buddy. These are the, if you're a newcomer coming over from Tony's stream, I am Lyle Bateman, streaming to you live from southern Alberta in Canada. Small city called Medicine Hat. Cool, man. Well, thank you for the raid. Much appreciated, dude. Much appreciated. We are focusing somewhat on the PokerStars 8-game Stud 8 action. We've also got 2 Unibet games running on our stream at the moment as well. I am running a pretty decent stack in the Black Hole Nano, €100 guarantee there, and we are just on the money bubble here in the Comet Nano, €50 guarantee with 14.52 up top. We are 8 of 10, or 7 of 10 there. So it is. So for those of you that are newcomers, I run ads during my breaks. Poker action is back and going now. So like I say, we got the Comet Nano, we got the Black Hole Nano going on Unibet. Plus, we've got the Tony for Warriors stream. Thank you for this. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Pumple Jedi. I'm going to guess we were playing together earlier today, were we not? Nice. We're sitting at 130. We've kind of stalled around 130 at the moment, but I think that's because we're in a bit of a weird zone with buy-ins and moving up into the 1 and 2 and 5 euro buy-in zones. And our results haven't been quite as good there, but it's a small sample size as well. So I think it's just a variance thing, and we will eventually turn it around. But we're not losing money a huge amount either. We're kind of hovering at 130, so I'm not terribly upset with it. I also fired a bunch of big bullets last week. Fired €50 into a 10 euro buy-in tournament, which is way above my approved bankroll level, if that makes sense. Which I basically am looking at as a sort of a about 70 buy-ins. So with 130, I'm looking at €2. €2 is my basic buy-in kind of thing. So the 10 is pretty big. But even with that, we're still largely breaking even. So we're not having terrible results. We busted all those big buy-ins last week when we played them, but in the meantime, while we're busting all those, we ended up running real deep in a couple of nano events at the same time. So we essentially broke even on on a lot of those days, anyways. Even though we busted a 10-euro buy. So it went pretty well, all things considered. And at the end of the day, it's been a pretty sick run to have gone from 0 up to GR Breakdown. Thanks for the follow, buddy. But yeah, to go from 0 to my 161 is my max bankroll at this point, and we'll get back to there again. But it was it's been a pretty sick run so far, I got to say. It's one of the weird sayings that we have here in Western Canada, and I have no idea where it came from, and I have no idea why anybody says it. I have no idea who the first person in the world who ever got smacked in the nuts with a frozen squirrel was and decided there were things that were better than that. But yes, when something happens here that is just kind of okay, it's not terrible, but it's not great. One of the sort of common jokes we would go is, it's better than getting smacked in the nuts with a frozen squirrel, right? So, there's lots of worse things that could happen in your life. I suppose is the way it goes. But, so we are now at the final table of the Tony for Warriors home game, stud 8. We are still sitting in the top chip stack position. So we'll see how things go. Hopefully we can pull cash out of here. We've gone 0 for 3 on our attempts in the home game series so far. Yeah. Nice, Tony. Good stuff. Well, if you want to kick your stream back off again, you go ahead and do that. And I appreciate you sending me viewers for a little bit. But if you want to take them back and head over to your stream, you go ahead and do that, because I know this is like a big deal for you as far as sponsorship and extra prizes and all that sort of stuff goes. So, feel free to kick her back off again, man. So we put in a raise here with our pair of tens. We don't have a low, obviously. And Addy Cuts could easily be playing back against us to go for a low, but that's actually not a great strategy in we might be bubbling the Comet Nano again today. We just put a shove in with 20 or with 30 big blinds from the small blind with queens to a limp. Might be a little large, but I also just want to get this over with and take the chips. So we take that pot down. That was nice. We ended up with, we had an all-in there, but it ended up being a split pot, so. My mother always had colorful sayings when she was angry and we were being like obnoxious little shits. And I must admit she was a little more creative than most people, and it might have fucked me up a little bit as a kid, to be perfectly honest. You probably heard some of the parents talking about things like, well, if you don't smarten up, I'll hit you so hard I'll smack you into next week, things like that. Like I say, my mother was just a little bit more creative. She would come up with things like, if you don't smarten up, I'm going to rip out your arm and beat you with the bloody end. Now, another one of her favorites was, I'll pick you up by your heels and beat your head against the sidewalk. And I'm like a 5, 6, 7-year-old kid when I'm doing this. I know she's joking. I mean, it's not, I know it's not serious. I know that I'm never in danger of having her pick me up by my heels and beat my head against the sidewalk or anything even similar to that. But it's just one of those things where it really makes a kid stop and think and listen. Um, so yeah, my mother used to threaten that she'd rip out my arm and beat me with the bloody end. That was pretty common. It's a pretty common thing for a mother to say to me when I was young. Here I am today, folks. Might explain something. Might explain a little bit about how I turned out. Who knows? Yeah, I have no idea why why it would time that out. That just makes no sense. I didn't touch anything as far as I know, so I don't think it was a mistake on my part. I click buttons from time to time here that go wrong, so but so we're down to 7 remaining now on the stud 8 table. Still on the money bubble of the Comet now, for the record. Still on the hard bubble. We are still 7 of 10. Good game. Good game, man. Well played. It's tough. These games you got to run well in. We're on the money bubble now, for the record, in the in this stud 8. Stud variants are a game you've got to run well in. If you don't run well in them, you're gonna have some serious trouble. Mr. Bald 42, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Mothership. For all of those who are recently beaming up to the Mothership, we hope your journey was safe and successful. I always recommend that you check your limbs, appendages, fingers, and toes to make sure that they have the right number and are all in the right place after our transporter, because there can be some transporter accidents from time to time. So just make sure everything's working right. That's all we ask. Alrighty, we got a nice hand here on the stud 8 table. Ace 3-4 is a great way to start your day in a stud 8 scenario. So we're going to call behind here. Nine is obviously not the card we were hoping for at that point. We could have put in a bet, though, still, and maybe gotten through on it. I think we have to at least call one street to see if we can continue working on our low here. But Drizzy is already ahead of us on low, so we could be in some trouble. If we don't hit a card here, we're done. So we do hit a card, and he doesn't, which means we're drawing actually to the nut low at this point, with no deuces dead as far as I know. So I think we're not going anywhere at this point. We now have 65 against what could be a better low against us, but doesn't have to be a better low against us. So I don't think we're going anywhere, and I think we're putting money in on our low here. So we're going to take half the pot with low, and we end up taking half while they quarter the side pot, or the main pot, I guess it was in that case. So that puts me back on the chip lead in this game. Uh-oh, sorry, breakdown. Sorry, buddy. That's it is one of the hazards of beaming onto the Mothership. We do occasionally have transporter accidents. So I think I have to keep putting pressure on with my pair of tens, and my developing low here is working out well. We are beating the hand he's showing. That 3 could be 2 pairs for him though, which means we could be behind that way. However, if it was, we have just potentially gotten there as well. So I think we just check behind now since we don't have a low, and we just hope for the best on our high. Cool. Seems like all you're doing tonight is fooling, Ant-Man. Just fool. But hey, if that's what wins you the money, that's what wins you the money, right? Pair of aces here with a king. This is like a stud dream hand. If you're not going to be rolled up, this is like a stud dream hand. But it's not as strong in stud 8. It's still one you're going to play because it's got excellent high possibilities. But you can definitely run into trouble playing hands like this in stud 8. I don't believe he's on diamonds. There's way too many diamonds out here for either of those guys to be running diamonds. So we got trip aces now. We're definitely got the best high hand at the moment. And I think we're going to continue betting as though we have the best high hand at the moment. And we're going to let these other two guys cap each other out and split the low, which is what they seem to be going with. And I'm pretty happy that we've got the high all the time here. Yeah, so we're going to take both pots of the high, and we're going to basically be able to split that bounty, I think. Oh, I got the bounty. I guess the high hand gets the bounty. Cool, okay. I didn't know that. So that's our second booty there. And we are now in the money. Learn something new every day. Apparently in stud 8 knockout, when there's a split pot on a knockout hand, the winner of the high pot is the one that gets the bounty. I did not know that. We've got a very nice starting hand for stud 8 here. Got a very good chance to hit low. We've got a couple of spades to work on for flushes. We've got some straight cards, some good chances to hit straights. So we're definitely going to play this one. On top in the stud 8 table is 89 cents. So we're playing for big money. We're playing for big money here on the stud table. You guys know me though. I'm in this for poker fun. And yeah, there's t-shirts and stuff up top for the real thing. So that's what we're happy with. We might be in trouble against a flush here. We do, however, have a low, so we're going to split this pot almost all the time. Do we want to put in a raise here with our pair of sevens? I think we do, to make him, if he's trying to bluff the flush. He's not bluffing the flush, obviously, but we did get the low, which we were pretty sure we were going to get at least half that pot, which is why we put in that raise. Mathram Buddy, thank you very much for the host, my friend. Thank you very much for the host. Much appreciated. We are now in the money in the Comet Nano for the record. The money bubble burst a couple of minutes ago. We are now guaranteed 194 in the Comet Nano. And we are closing in on the end of Reg here in the Black Hole Nano, if not already ended. So we are finally in the final phase of the tournament. However, we are in the money, final four here on the stud 8 table, so we'll pay attention to that. So I think we got to continue with this. We got our clubs, and we got to at least see a one more street and see what we get. So we pair our 7, which is not a terrible spot for us. I think we're just going to check this down and give 2 chances to knock somebody out. Got queens and 7s now, so I'm going to take this most of the time for high. But again, I think just check. I want actually, if he's got, see, I'm actually surprised he bets there. I would go check and give 2 chances to knock somebody out. But we're going to call off anyways with our top. And we only win part of the pot, but that's okay. We only win half the main pot. Yeah, the shirt is actually a great prize. Although I don't think that's up top for this particular tournament. That's up top for the whole series, isn't it? Is the shirt prizes? They're the prizes for the overall winners, which I don't think I have a chance at. I've done very poorly in most of the tournaments in this series so far. This is the only one I've ever. It's the first one I've cashed in for sure. So. Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking it wasn't a full T-shirt for this. I know there's some points. I know there's some ticket points. It's ticket points for the, or it's tickets for the prizes for the winners of the series, right? I think did I see there's a 109 ticket up top for the winner of the series? I mean, not that I have a chance of winning, but I'm just saying it's a great prize. I don't actually have a chance of winning this one, I don't think, but. So it was a very strange dynamic in my table in the first one. It was the showdown format, the stud 8 showdown format, right? And I know I got a pair of deuces here. I'm just gonna get rid of it. We'll move on to the next hand. But because of the number of people, there's only three people to start with at our table. One of those people was sitting out, so it ended up being a heads up stud 8 match. And I ended up busting because I was running horribly. I ended up busting before the guy that was sitting out. So it's kind of embarrassing with that, but it was just a weird dynamic, right? You normally in a shootout format, you expect more people at the table, and you don't expect people to be sitting out. So it ended up, like I say, it ended up being a heads up match. It was really weird. But it was fun. I just ran horribly. He ran really well. He's basically, he had me out pipped on every hand in both directions. So, when that happens, you're not going to win many tournaments. There's just no value with 3 queen 10 in a high-low game. No value at all. It's not even worth me trying to play the hand. We do have some straight possibilities developing, so I'm going to see one more street at least. Now that we paired our 9, I don't think we're going to go anywhere. We're going to split this pot most of the time, I think. Yeah, probably. I mean, I know I don't have a chance. There's no. I don't even think if I was to win, sort of every event for the rest of it. I mean, I might, but that's obviously not going to happen. And it would. Like I say, this is the first one I've even cashed in. So Ace 4-7 all hearts is a really nice starting hand in stud 8. I could raise with that, but I think I'm better off at that point calling behind and continuing to call behind because we've got a very strong hand developing here. So that's our low, and it's a pretty good low. It's a pretty strong 75, so we're definitely going to put our money in with that. If he's got a high developing, he's going to want to play that, but we've got a really nice backdoor high working on our hearts as well, so we had a really good chance on there. Nice one, Ant-Man. Well done, well done. Another super strong hand in the stud 8 context. Three, 5, 6, all clubs is a great, lots of straight possibilities, obviously lots of club possibilities, none of which are working out for us, but you know, it looked good. It looked good with 3 cards. Looked good with 3 cards, right? Yeah, my satellites over the last few days have been pretty brutal. I've been getting my money in really good spots where I'm shoving and getting called off by just absurd hands, and they're getting there. And I don't think I'm shoving in too wide of spots. I think it's just that my variance is going the wrong direction. Wow. I don't know how we win that with just a pair of 4s, but we do. Jacks and 3s now, so we're pretty good on our high. He could have a low, but he doesn't have to have a low here either. And we've actually got, we didn't have a low possibility, but we've got, looks like we might. So we're gonna split that pot. It's gonna happen quite a bit. Getting lots of flushy starting bets. I think we have enough low cards to make this a worthwhile call, though. Wow, Connor just hits the straight. Just 5 cards, boom, straight. Those are super nutty hands in stud 8. When you can get a straight with low cards, you're super nutty a lot of times. Putting in a raise on the black hole table. Going to c-bet this one. We've got a hand, though, developing down here that I'm going to go back to because we've got the best high hand here all the time. Yeah, it's an interesting spot. I mean, when you're the small stack, it depends on how much of a small stack you are. I mean, if I've got 10 and there's 2 or 3 other people with 12, I'm not actually that eager to get my money in the middle because those guys with 12 can bust just as much as I can bust, and especially if they're not paying attention to the stack sizes, they can easily get their money in the middle in the wrong spots. If I've got 4 big blinds and they've got 12, I'm getting my money in really wide spots to try to double up. If I've got 10 and the next stack has 20, I'm getting my money in pretty wide spots to try to double up. But again, I think it depends on it doesn't just depend on your chip stack and your position in the tournament. It depends on the relative chip sizes of other people as well. To determine whether or not how wide you're gonna be. So yeah, satellites. There's a lot of stuff that goes into satellites, and it's quite different playing. If you play satellite tournaments properly, you'll play quite differently than you will in MTTs, at least around the money bubble time period. Anyways. Picked up flopped a flush draw here, the nut flush draw here on the black hole table. We're down some chips, so we've got to get some chips back if we want to get back into the money spots here. But it's worth noting that we got an interesting hand developing on the stud 8 knockout as well, where we've just actually on 4th Street hit a pair of aces. God, do we want to call off our stack here with just a draw? Oh. I don't think we do. I don't think we do. We would not have gotten there. Ace 4-7, 2 diamonds is a pretty good starting hand. It's not great to see these 2 dead diamonds up here, but I think we're going to call off here and just run it down and see what we got. Good luck. Good luck, Drizzy. And we just get our asses handed to us in that one. That's cool. It's gonna happen. So we've got to play a big stack game here. We got to put a lot of pressure on the smaller stacks at this point. So we're going to be playing a pretty wide range of hands here. We're not necessarily going to be playing solid stud 8 theory. This one's a hand that you actually would get involved with a lot of times. You may not raise it a lot of times if you're not the big stack trying to bully people, but you're gonna play it 8-7 deuce a lot in this game. At least I'm gonna play an 8-7 deuce a lot in this game. This is an interesting one, whether I want to run this down or not. It's not a great hand to run down with. You sort of want to see where you go before you make a lot of decisions on money, but it's only 700 chips, so I think we're going to just take the chance of sucking out. He's probably ahead of us. Oh, he's not ahead of us. Well, he's sort of ahead of us, but he is now. We got the low. Yeah, we split the pot. I'm okay with that. Yeah, and that's a good point. Snapping ace king. Definitely going to put in a raise with that. That's another one that's going to be a decent starting hand, especially four-handed on the stud 8. So I think we're going to call behind here, and we'll look to get money in on a later street if this develops well for us, which it's looking like it is. So I think we're going to look to get the money in here, and we're going to call it off. So we're both running to lows. His is better than mine. I hit mine. He does not hit his, but he does. We do split the high, or we do split the pot because he takes the high. You get out of the way on this one because this does not have any really good low possibilities, and even the high isn't that strong with the jack queen. So gotta let these guys fight it out. Nines and sevens? Nines and sevens. No, tens and eights takes it. Tens and eights takes it, and then queens and threes takes the other pot with no low. I'm going to come in for the max here, make people put extra chips in the middle if they want to play this hand. Ooh, it's a nice hand for him. Another split pot, looks like. We've got high straight possibilities here. He doesn't necessarily have any low, although he does look better for low now. So we probably get out of the way since we really wanted a card to come in that works to our backdoor straight there, and it didn't, so we get out of the way. Give him the chips for now. We'll have more chance to take his stuff later. One dead diamond. I like to isolate with this if I can. Diamonds against spades. Before 3 deuce 1, I take the low. He takes the high. Or does he? Yeah, he takes the high. We're pretty short stacked, about 10 big blinds in the black hole nano for the record. We are 7 of 8 in the still in the Comet nano. Pair of aces with a 7 here and 2 clubs is definitely a hand we're going to get involved with. I think my money's going in on the Comet Nano table. We're guaranteed 194 at least in this one. Yeah, my money's going in the middle. I'm going to bring in for the full amount here. I've actually got a decent hand as well, so it's not just a bully move, but I'd be bringing in for the full amount. I'm pretty much always going to bring in for the full amount given the stack size dynamics. There's literally no reason for me to bring in for the small amount here, except when I've got super good hands and I maybe want to trap. Then I might want to do that, but generally speaking, I'm going to be coming in for the max all the time. I think we're going to get involved with this guy. As does everyone else, of course, because that makes sense in this scenario. So we've got a nice low developing. So does Connor, potentially. But I think we got to call him off here. I think Drizzy's probably working on a flush, so they're probably calling off as well for high. Clearly don't have it already. Or else they would have called by now. So that's our low. Pair of 8s for high. Do we manage to scoop this in any way? Can we scoop? We scoop this. We scooped this puppy. Down to heads up. Take 2 bounties. We're now heads up. And we rolled up deuces. So, you know. Oh, you guys aren't even watching this. Sorry. He takes that pot. Pair of deuces with the 8. He takes it again. He takes it again. Oh, no, we do. We do. Cool. Alrighty, so we won that one. We won that one. Sweet. 14 cents in bounties. Won the tournament. Uh, 89 cents for the top prize. So cool. We're still alive in the black hole and comet as well. Just barely alive in the black hole, but yeah, just barely alive in both. But we're cashing in the comet at least. Guaranteed 194 now. We're We're about, we're not too far away from the money in the black hole, but we're ways out of the money spot, so we need to build some chips up there. So yeah, so that's cool. Thank you for the games, Tony, and thank you for the raid and the raid and the host earlier. Much appreciate that, as always. Thank you for the followers who clicked the follow button from coming over from Tony's stream. I'm going to try to stream a lot of these mixed game stuff over the next little while it's on, and we'll have some fun with it, because I love the mixed game stuff. Feels nice to win one as well, because I've been playing a lot of mixed games recently and just getting my ass kicked, and I'm like, do I really play mixed games well? Do I really know how to play these games? And okay, so it's nice to actually win one and remind myself that I actually do know how to play these mixed games fairly well. I'm sure I played against an avatar named Marinetsu in various times on Unibet. Picked up King Jack in the King Jack suited in the black hole with less than 10 big blinds, so I think we're going with this hand. Yeah, I think we're going with this hand. GLS. 10 Jack, we have him crippled. Nice. We hold. King high, doubles up. We got a stack again to a certain extent in the. Thank you guys. Nice to pull a win out of the. Mixed games, as I said, because I've been feeling pretty down on the mixed game recently. It's just because I don't play as much anymore, so I'm rusty on strategy and the hand selections and things. Much more rusty than I used to be. I mean, I have to admit, I ran superbly well in a couple of spots in that stud 8 to give me a big stack. But I also think I made a lot of good decisions to either save chips or gain extra chips with extra bets and things through there. And I think I played the big stack pretty well at the end as well. So I think it was, yes, I ran really well to get there, but I also think I played reasonably well to win that one. So thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much for the congratulations. Feels nice to win it. It feels nice to win it. It's a gorgeous day outside here in southern Alberta, so I think when the stream is done, I'm going to be putting on my helmet and hopping on my bike for a bit of a scoot. Got a really nice brew pub near my house, Medicine Hat Brewing Co., that I might head over and have a charcuterie board meal and a couple of pints of beer, frankly. It's one of those sorts of days. It's the 18th of April. I have to send my brother a happy birthday message. He is 56 years old today. Wow, we are getting old. We're getting old, bro. We are getting old, bro. I am 52 years old this year. I will be turning 53 next year. The only way I know how old my brother is, well, I do remember that he was born in 1962, but the main way I remember how old my brother is that the year he turns on his birthday is 4 years older than the year I am on his birthday. And I will turn 3 years younger than him on my birthday. So bear with me while I find my brother's. Happy birthday, bro. We hold. Alrighty. We be putting our chips in the middle. In the Comet. 8 of 8. Guaranteed 194. We get called. We get reshoved on. I think we're in good shape here, folks. I don't think he has the aces. I think he's got like queens, jacks. Or worse. He might even have the ace king. Ace king. Case king comes. We are in good shape. We are in good shape in the Comet Nano. We are now sitting in 5th of 8th place, I think. With a really good chance to go out in 8th one more time as we get dealt the ace king suited under the gun. So we take that one down as well. So we're doing pretty good in the Comet Nano as well. So we're okay. We're doing okay. Got one more break coming up here soon as well. You do not have a king. I, however, have a 9, which means I have the best hand here. We are all in the black hole Nano with a pair of 8s from the big blind. We take it down. We've got ace-jack in the Comet Nano, which we are going to be playing aggressively when it gets to us, I think. Just going to call behind with Al Capone, see what the flop brings now, and go from there. So we got the backdoor heart draw. I think we're calling bets with our ace-jack and the backdoor hearts. It's a rather chunky bet. I'm actually going to let it go. I'm going to call something smaller than that, but that's 3/4 pot. So it could easily be, he could easily be bluffing, but he could also be easily playing a queen or 2 hearts. Three, four, five, six, 7. Set of 4s. Wow. Wow. And Al Capone takes it. So we ladder up once to 194, or do slightly better now. 242 guaranteed now. Let's head off to the break. We'll be back in a few short minutes.
Fang. Good, but let's find a new place for dinner, okay? Bye-bye.
Meet the night people. This is their style. They look for atmosphere, and they're likely to find it anywhere. Parliament is their style of cigarette. It tastes good because Parliament is made a different way, with a filter that's recessed inside a firm mouthpiece. You'll like the style of the night people's cigarette. Try Parliament tonight.
Clark gives you something more than just another stick of gum. Get something more. Get the 3 Footloose flavors from Clark.
721. Hey, that's a good one. 104676. Wow, that could be a winner, too. 118-57371.
Over 10,000 possible winning numbers on instant Maxwell House coffee jars with this Treasure Island label. Big cash prizes plus trips to exotic treasure islands. Just send in the label or any number of your own choice written on a plain piece of paper. Full details at your store now.
662138. Terrific.
Honeycomb, honeycomb, yippee-yi-yay, have a honeycomb breakfast, and you have a great day, great honeycomb day. New Post honeycomb now is bite-sized Post honeycomb. For a crisper, crunchier treat at home, new bite-sized, rat-sized honeycomb. Honeycomb, honeycomb, yippee-yi-yay, have a honeycomb breakfast, and you have a great day, great honeycomb day.
New bite-sized Post honeycomb, crisper, crunchier, better than ever.
A Benson & Hedges for its long award for the longest car in the world. For the longest table in the world, 2 packs of Benson & Hedges 100. For the longest hair in the world, 17 packs of Benson & Hedges 100. A sentimental favorite. 3 packs of Benson & Hedges 100s for the longest wait at the church.
Benson & Hedges 100s make special awards from time to time for anything that's longer than anything.
Great race, Tommy.
If only you'd move that fast when I ask you to brush your teeth.
Oh, Mom, I don't like those toothpaste you get.
We've got to do something about your cavities.
Mrs. Wallace, how about Colgate? It not only tastes good, but test after test proves it helps fight cavities. Why, in one test, dental scientists compared Colgate's Gardol formula with the best-known fluoride. Their report, published in the Journal of the American Society of Dentistry for Children, confirmed Colgate unsurpassed in reducing new cavities.
Why, that means no toothpaste was found better for Tommy than Colgate.
Right.
And Colgate helps stop bad breath. Well, Tommy, it looks like we're a one-toothpaste family again.
Colgate, the largest selling anti-cavity toothpaste in the world.
Ring around the collar, ring around the collar. Ring around the collar. Ugh.
Those dirty rings. You try scrubbing them out and soaking them out, and you can still come out with...
Ring around the collar.
Now try Whisk. Concentrated Whisk goes right on the dirt. Its unique formula sinks in and starts to clean before you start to wash. Gets even permanent press collars really clean. Whisk around the collar beats ring around the collar every time.
Pretty shirt.
We are back. We've got a little ways to go before we're in the money in the black hole now. 10 to go. We're not in a money spot yet, but we are not too far away from one, and we've got chips to be able to work our way into one. We are guaranteed 242, however, in the Comet Nano now for 7th place at least. You're 5 of 7 currently. Yeah, as my mother used to say, 29 with many years experience. Seems to work. She's got 1452 up top for the Comet Nano. That'd be a pretty decent bank to our bankroll. So tomorrow should be a very fun day. In addition to our Good Friday party Canadian music stream, the Tony Warriors home game is Badoogie. I loves me some Badoogie. We'll have some fun playing that on stream. Totally different from every other form of poker. Different enough from every form of poker that there are lots of people who don't even consider it a form of poker. I do, because I think that the fundamental aspect of quote-unquote poker is not the hands you make, because we consider low games to be poker as well, like Raz and things like that we consider to be poker without question. So it's not about what hands you make with the cards. The defining feature of poker, in my mind, is the fact that you bet on the perceived value of your holdings versus the perceived value of other people's holdings. We've got kings, and we got people betting into us on the Blackwell Nano table. So we're going to put all our chips in the middle and say, let's play for this. Nice, 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 nice. We hold. We pull some chips in, so we have got a very good chance now of cashing in the Blackwell Nano. So yeah, it'll be fun to play some Badoogie tomorrow on stream. So get ready for that. God, 9's here. This is a super nitty fold, but we're going to make it. Yeah, it was a super nitty fold. I mean, results oriented, it was the right one. Alrighty, Night Shopper, thanks for coming out again. And yeah, you get some sleep and feel better. We just lost the chance at a massive pot here in the black hole, but oh well. Still 7 remaining in the Comet Nano for the record. We are still 5th of 7. All right, Evisceration. See you later, man. Thanks for coming out. Once again, thanks for coming out. Always, guys, I appreciate your. I always appreciate your attention and your viewership here. It is very much something that I value. That was probably my brother responding to my text. Yes, it was. I am going to push for starting at 11 a.m. my time. So roughly the same time as usual. So I think that's like 6 p.m. UK time, or 6 p.m. Central European time, somewhere around there anyways, is where I'm looking at. Down to 6 remaining in the Comet Nano now, so we're guaranteed at 290 at this point. We are absolutely in profit, I think, for the day. Yeah, our buy-ins are 215 for the day. We already had 34 cents in booties from the falling star, so yeah, we're definitely in cash for the day. But we'll keep trying to build up more cash, and it looks like we're gonna get some money out of the black oil nano today as well, so that's nice. Assuming we don't lose our head between now and the 6 more players busting out. Yeah, see a flop with my suited 6-5 here. Flop bottom pair. Gonna put out a bet, see what happens. I'm thinking that if either of them hit the ace or the queen, they're betting before it gets to me. So I think we got a good chance taking this down. Probably because we had the best hand there. Oh wow! Once again, I didn't start my my timer. I'm really bad lately about starting my timer for this. So we're not showing elapsed time. Elapsed time now is 3 hours and 56 minutes. 17, 18, 19, 20 seconds. Big hand going down on the black hole table. We did not lose a player. So we're still six-handed in the Comet Nano. This short stack refuses to die. He shoved a couple times when I haven't had anything to be able to call him off with, and apparently neither has anybody else. But he refuses to die. We're going to put in a raise here with our 9-8 on the button. Still 6 to go to the money in the black hole Nano. Things were slowed down a little bit over there with the bust outs. But we're still in a solid money spot there. Another one of the spots where he's shoving and I don't have anything to call him off with. We might be getting into a big hand here. I mean, I don't think we need to go extra crazy with ace-king offsuit pre-flop here. So I think just calling and seeing a flop is sort of always our best option at this point. I think anytime we put action in here, we're sort of turning our hand into a bluff to a certain degree. And I certainly don't want to shove in this spot. So that gives us 10 for the straight. We got overcards, so we're probably calling reasonable bets here if they happen. We're pretty happy with our hand now. Just going to call behind. Hopefully he throws another bet out. Hopefully he does not just have hearts, but if he does, we're probably going to be in trouble. He does not just have hearts, so that's cool. Yeah, I mean, when don't you secure the money in Omaha Calypso Nano MVE? It's like your tournament. It's like you own that thing. I guarantee you're going to win it, and you're going to win it soon because I mean, I can't remember the last time you came in here and said you busted the Omaha Calypso. Big hand coming up here in the Comet Nano. Potentially. Or not. Diamond kind of killed my action there on the turn. I can check back, but I hate it when a fourth diamond comes, so I think I always have to put money in there. Now hand for hand on the soft bubble of the black hole Nano. 28 players remaining with 26 getting paid. We are in 19th spot, so we're pretty comfortably in a money spot at this point. Yeah, no, that's awesome, MVE. You've been doing great in that Omaha game. You clearly have a head for Omaha. You know, it's you don't cash in an event like that by luck this many times in rapid succession as you have. You clearly have a head for the game. I, on the other hand, do not really have a head for Omaha. I'm not. Omaha High's never been a game that I haven't really spent a ton of time studying it, so maybe that's why. But the other games that I haven't spent a ton of time studying and I've started to play them, I've been able to pick up pretty quickly. And even other Omaha variants like 08, I pick up quite well. I'm quite comfortable with my 08 game. My Omaha High game, however, I am just not. I just don't seem to play it well. So it's probably a self-feeding mechanism to a certain degree because I probably so our small stack doubled up, which puts us as the small stack now in the Comet, but still got quite a few blinds, so we're not in a huge worry. And I think we're at the sort of table where there's a lot of chips floating around, so we could easily see people with bigger stacks than us bust at this point. So. I put in a raise with my ace 10. The super shorty's in action on our table in the black hole nano. In a three-way pot here. We folded, but so the short stack doubles up there. Still bubble. This one is an interesting hand. He checked the flop, which means he does not have a queen very often or hearts very often. So I think we're calling with our ace high here, and I think we're calling behind with queens and fours ace kicker. I mean, he's obviously trying to make his bet look like he has quad fours. Yeah, it's got the jack. That's cool. That was certainly one of the possibilities that was going to happen there, but I think that we're also going to be splitting that pot with other aces a lot, and I think we're going to be in against king highs from time to time as well on that board dynamic. So. I'm surprised to see him check the jack on the flop, though. That's actually kind of interesting. Worth putting that in my brain. Oops, sorry. Casinos VK. It's we don't we got issues with capital letters in our Moobot channel, so you got timed out for caps. Alrighty, we are in the money in the black hole nano now. We are 19 of 26. Guaranteed 175. So we're guaranteed 175 in the black hole. We're guaranteed 290 on the Comet Nano. So things are going pretty well for us today. We're going to easily pull a profit in of quite a substantial amount based on our buy-in for today. Added to the win over on Stars, and it's been a pretty darn good day, no matter how we finish up here. I think to a 3x raise under the gun, do we shove ace-jack offsuit from the small blind with 13 big blinds. I mean, I think we probably do. It's not like we're laddering up anywhere here. We obviously might get a slightly better hand than Ace Jack, but it's pretty top end. And these blinds are coming around to us pretty quick. So we do have more than 10 big blinds though. So yeah, I just don't want to put my tournament life on the line in that spot with just Ace Jack offsuit. I'd probably super nitty there, but. Oh, you guys weren't even watching that. You guys weren't even watching that hand. But I basically had Ace Jack offsuit in the small blind. We had a 3x raise from the from under the gun here, IV City under the gun, and I was debating whether I was going to put all my chips in the middle with Ace Jack offsuit, and I chose to nittily fold. Fold like the nit I am. Yeah, there's tons to think about with it. There's a lot more going on with the extra cards and everything, so it is a very fun game. I like the game. I just don't do very well at it typically. Money's going in the middle here with a pair of nines and 17 big blinds or so. Another pair of nines. We'll call behind this time, see what happens. Could reshove again for sure. I think we're going to put a bet out into this pot. Assume that nobody has a jack. I think we're putting in a raise with our Ace Jack offsuit here. So that's a hand I could definitely raise, but I've been involved with so many pots recently, I'm just going to get rid of that one for now. I'll let it walk to the blind. We are 16 of 23 now, still 175 guaranteed. Still 6 of 6 over on the Comet Nano table. Already we got action that's going to happen here on the Comet table. We're either in or out. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend. Good. It feels nice to be here. It feels nice to be getting some chips and some cash in our bank account once again. So yeah, we're just going to go all in here with our nines, and good luck us, right? Definitely not going to get involved with a 3-8 here. For the record, I totally understand if you guys have Good Friday plans tomorrow. If you guys can't make it to the stream, I totally get that as well. I don't have any Good Friday plans, however, so I'm going to be here streaming for all you folks. If you want to come join me. We'll be playing some Canadian tunes at the same time, and we'll be playing some Badoogie poker. And in fact, I am going to register in those right now so that I know I'm in them. I fold the Jack 4. Alrighty, so we're regged in both of those now. Regged in both of the Badoogies tomorrow. So the Badoogies tomorrow are the same as today. It's a shootout format followed by a knockout format. Oh, I thinking that all my my bottom bar here is wrong. Let me fix that at least. Let me get some of the games that we're not playing anymore out of the mix. We're just in 2 games now, so we're winding down our day. Hey, nice one, final table. Take it down. This is your win. This is the day you win it, MVE. Ant-Man's back in the folding routine. Good luck, buddy. Fold well, my friend. Fold well. We're putting in money with our middle pair here. Laddered up to 184 guaranteed now in the black hole nano. We are 16 of 19 players remaining. $33.88 up top in the black hole nano for the record. So it'd be pretty fucking awesome to cap that off. We've not won a black hole nano before. If we win the Comet Nano today, for the record, it'd be our second Comet Nano trophy. We don't really have the stack to be talking about winning either of these tournaments at the moment, but you can win from any stack, frankly, so it's definitely a possibility. Just have to have a couple of nice cooler hands where we double up, and we're right back in both of these. Yeah, if I double up twice, I'll be the second stack in this tournament, or the top stack if I double up against the big stack. And if I was to double up twice in the black hole nano, I'd certainly be in the top few players, anyways. So yeah, just needs a couple double ups in both of these, and we're back in them. We got plenty of time to play for those double ups as well. So I'm pretty happy with our spot in both of these. It'd always be nice to have more chips, but I don't really mind either of our spots here. Can still watch people with bigger stacks bust out on the Comet Nano table here. And likewise, in the Black Hole Nano, we can easily see people with bigger stacks bust out in front of us to increase our payback. Ended up flopping second pair here on the Black Hole. I'm calling once more at least. I don't think we're going anywhere, except maybe to a shove or to like massive pot bets and things like that. But I think for 6,400 chips, we have to call our 9. Yeah, and he just has the queen. Okay, cool. I'd really like to see a flop with these sorts of hands, so we're going to. I mean, I know we've got a small stack and we shouldn't be calling, but we'll be putting in our money here in the Comet. This is our first chance to double up in the Comet. Maybe triple up. Because I still don't think I'm going anywhere. Oh, we also have... Yep. Good luck us in the... Linkage! We pulled a double up in the Comet Nano. So if quickly flip over to the... where we are shoving half pot with our aces. Against the deuce. Oh, and he just gets there with the deuce at the end on the turn. Of course he does. Of course he just gets there with the deuce on the turn. So 184 in the Black Hole Nano. And we are sitting in 5th chip position now in the Comet Nano. Let's add 184 to our bankroll stats for the Black Hole. 1.84. That puts us 3 cents into the profit, which means everything we win 290 or above in the Comet Nano is gravy. We already have a 1.4% ROI rate for the day. Everything else we make here is gravy. We're making at least a 290 out of the Comet Nano. I have a feeling we're going to make just a wee bit more at least out of that than 290 though. Because I don't think we're going to be the next player to bust this tournament. Nice to win that race there with the ace-queen against tens. That was certainly a pivotal spot for us in this one. If we do manage to go deeper and make some more cash, we'll look back on that hand as a crucial one. I'll look back on the one where I folded the ace-jack as well. Because I could have been busted at that point. Of course, I might have Might have got it in and taken it down, but I would not have won had had all the chips gone in the middle and both hands got turned over. So I think if I'd have been able to shove there and get the third player out of the hand, I wouldn't have won against the all-in player. But I think it would have taken a small side pot from the other one if he folds. But if I shove and he calls, I actually lose both in both spots in that one, so I would have been out in that particular spot. I don't think you guys saw that one on stream, but yeah. So that would be one to look back on if I well, even still, even the fact that I'm getting 290 out of this because I was back in I think 8th spot or 9th spot. So. Definitely going to see a flop with my suited king-queen. Get out of the way with our queen 7. Nice, nice, nice. We ladder up one spot in the Comet Nano. We will be 4 of 5 now, I believe. It says 5 of 5, but we're actually ahead of Ivy City based on the blinds. Guaranteed 387 now. Yeah, very nice to get a win in the Comet Nano. That would be pretty awesome. Be a nice nice double trophy on my shelf. I'm betting my top pair here. Continuing to value bet my top pair. And I'm continuing to value bet my top pair. And our value betting top pair seemed to work out pretty well for us there, all things considered. Got another block of ads queued up for you, assuming we get that far, which it looks like we're going to. So we've got a pretty decent stack going here. We're still only fourth, but it's not like we're going broke anytime soon with 30 big blinds probably, so we're okay. Can easily see Ivy City losing his head here shortly. He shouldn't be too worried. He's still got 21 big blinds, but it's the way he's been playing. I think he gets his money in a little bit too much in this spot, but maybe I'm too unwilling to get my money in these spots. I don't know. Nice, 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 MVE. Well done. Good job, buddy. Putting in the raise here with our ace-9. Five-handed, that's a pretty strong hand. I'm going to check back here and hope he bets into me on the turn. He does not, so we're going to put in our bet now with our top pair. I think with the diamonds here and just a crap kicker on our king, I think we're just going to check back here. There's a few draws that come in here, so we can get bluffed off of our hand pretty easily if we bet. Gonna call with my suited jack here. See what the flop brings. Brings two spades and a pair for us. We're usually pretty happy with the situation, and we're usually pretty happy to put in some sort of a bet for value. Seems like a rather Unusual shove. Seems like he's got spades a lot. Probably bigger spades than me, so I should probably get out of the way. Could be sets there, trying to get rid of people on spade draws. Could be two pairs, trying to get rid of people on spade draws as well. I don't think he ever does that with a straight. Although in the nano games, people do that with the nuts just because they expect people to call them off light sometimes. Or they do it because they're still in the early stages of poker where you think that you're supposed to bet big with your good hands and not bet with your bad hands, which is kind of the reverse of what you actually end up doing a lot of times once you get into the game. Because with your super big hands, you want to trap other people to put their money in, and with your weaker hands, you want to try to push them off their hands. So it's kind of backwards, but you see that a lot actually in the nano games where people just shove their nuts. And it pays off because they get called off by people who don't have the nuts on a fairly regular basis. So. Come on, call it off and lose. Let's go four-handed. Damn. All right, MVE, take it down. Take it down, buddy. You have got the goods. You're in a good position for it. Take it down. Boom. So we're down to four-handed now. We are the last place chip stack, but we're going to be guaranteed something like €5 now, I think. Yeah, 532 guaranteed now. So we are now the bottom stack, which means we're going to have to do something, but we're not in like super desperate shape by any stretch of the imagination. We got more than 20 big blinds, so we got lots of time to find a spot to double our stack up again. This would not be that spot, so let's not waste any more chips on this hand. Definitely want to see a flop with suited cards these days. We do get the backdoor to the spade with us. So I'm going to bluff this because they've seen me do this before, and did they see me having top pair there? They did not. However, we get there, so we're good with that. We're good with that. Let's go a little bit bigger, see if we can get some extra value out of Mr. Capone. Yeah, never give up. Never give up. Whoever said it, never give up. As long as you still have a chip and a chair, you can still win the tournament. I can still win 1452 in this tournament. Even though I am the last place stack, I can be the guy that takes it down. Well, it's hardly an original sentiment anyways. Whoever said it, whoever you guys are specifically thinking of said it, it's hardly an original sentiment. Never quit. Never give up. I mean, there was a James Bond movie named Never Say Die, was there not? So, you know, that's pretty much the same sentiment. One of the things about my style of play that I think does give me something of an advantage in some of these spots is that I actually have no issues playing from a small stack. I'm very comfortable playing from a small stack. My style of play means I play from a small stack quite a bit. And I play from the back of the tournament quite a bit, and I don't really have a whole lot of issues with that. I still manage to find my way through the top spots enough of the time that I'm pretty happy with my ability to work a short stack. We are going nowhere on this hand. We are going nowhere on this hand. It's probably going to go check, but I was hoping he would throw out a bluff on us. Raise the ace there. Gonna keep betting our ace high. We'll be back after these short messages.
And it won't take me more than 2 minutes to tell you folks that We Americans are noted for having our own ideas about things, for expressing our individual preferences. That's why I believe it's so significant that with about 20 different cars to choose from, Americans are buying more Buicks than any other car, except the so-called low-priced 3. So you don't have to take my word for the fact that Buick's the buy. Public preference makes that plain. There's no doubt that Buick has what people want in the lightning getaway and complete smoothness of TT Dynaflow, in the advanced performance of Super and Roadmaster's big V8, in Buick's big car comfort and room. And this overwhelming preference for Buick means that your Buick dealer is acquiring many extra fine trade-ins these busy days. You see, the 1953 Buick offers such outstandingly better performance that many people who would normally keep their present cars another couple of years are turning them in right now on new 1953 Buicks. So you can be sure your Buick dealer has a variety of wonderful used cars, a really wide selection of exceptional low-mileage bargains in better condition all around. In fact, practically all of these recent model cars have had but one owner. And what's more, your Buick dealer can show you the service record on many of them. And you'll be glad to know that under your Buick dealer's all-square used car program, every car is thoroughly inspected, reconditioned, guaranteed, and sold with the same assurance of satisfaction that you get when you buy a new Buick. So before you shop elsewhere, stop first at your Buick dealers, your best bet for a spectacular used car buy. Remember, you get a better used car from a Buick dealer.
Introduces an economy model of the famous color pack camera for half the price of the original. Same great film. Same fast loading. Same electric eye. Yet it's half the price of the original model. You get the same beautiful color prints in 60 seconds, black and white in 10, in the same big size. Yet it's half the price of the original model. Isn't it your turn to own a Polaroid color pack camera?
Hi, it's Jane Russell. Hurry, full-figured girls. Now it's time to save in the Playtex 18-hour Time to Save sale. The once-a-year chance to save 20% on our 18-hour bras, girdles, and all-in-ones. They're fabulous. 18-hour means real support, real control, real comfort. So hurry. Don't miss out on this Time to Save sale.
You can escape from clothesline drudgery. But listen to Jinx first.
When you buy your dryer, be sure you get the best kind, a gas dryer. Your most delicate fabrics are safe in a gas dryer. See? A gentle stream of warm air simply blows moisture away. Everything comes out soft, sweet-smelling, white, and bright. But this may be your best reason for choosing gas when you get a dryer. A gas dryer always saves you money, load after load. In most areas of the country, for the cost of drying one load with other dryers, you can dry 2, 3, even 4 loads with gas. So buy a gas dryer at your dealer's or your gas company and start saving now. You'll always live modern for less with gas.
The gas dryers there, interesting. I've never used a gas dryer in my life. It's always been electric. I'm not sure why the gas dryers ever actually became a big thing, to be honest. It seems that the electric dryer is always going to be a better deal, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, Chevy, Ford, and Plymouth probably would be the would be the 3 low price brands. So I think at the time Chrysler would have been the other GM brand, and that would have been a higher price brand, I think. Might be Dodge as well, which is what was another General Motors brand. I'm not sure when the Dodge brand started, though. It might not have been back that end. I know Dodge was one of the low end GM brands for sure. Yeah. Well, I doubt we'll make it to another break in this one. We'll either have won the tournament by then, or we'll have busted by then, one way or another, I think, because I don't think this is going to go another hour. I think we'll be done. I think we'll be done before then. We are down to 3 in the Dark Matter Nano now, or in the Comet Nano now. Guaranteed 726. So I'm actually, my strategy going forward is actually to back off a little bit. I think these two players are going to get a lot of chips going. Now obviously we may have hands like this where we're going to have to see something happen. And I think this is a spot where we're just going to shove. We have not done that against him before. So I think he's going to put us on a really big hand when we do this. We typically check and see what happens on the flop, so I think he's going to look at that and say, whoa, what the hell's going on? And fold to us quite a bit. You know, we didn't have to do that with a hand like 4s. We could actually be doing that with any hands, but I would have put my money in with that one for sure if he'd have played back at me, I think. I've obviously got the gut shot to the 5 here, which is what we're looking at. But we brick it out, so I don't think we can credibly put in a bluff raise here and expect it to get through, so I think we just fold. Alrighty, so the dynamic that I thought was going to develop between these two hasn't really developed between these two, so I'm probably going to have to be playing pretty wide hands here. And I think calling with a 10-7 is probably worthwhile. Didn't work out for us in this case, probably, but alrighty, so we're done in third for a 726 in the Comet Nano. I'm relatively happy with that result. It would have been nice to have won it again, of course, but considering we were playing from the back of the pack pretty much the entire tournament, pretty happy with getting third in that. Let's add that to our bankroll numbers before we shut the day down. And let's also make sure we get a screenshot of that. Let's also make sure we get a screenshot of that 100%. It's not a win, it's only a third, but it's still a third, and it's still a pretty decent payback for us. Third, Comet Nano. Cool, cool, cool. Alrighty, so let's go back to here. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. Let's have a look at who else is streaming today. Who we got going? Let's have a look at who's online. Alrighty, well let's keep the raids going. Let's send our support over to Tuna. For more vintage poker content from Mothership Poker, click the subscribe button and check out the playlists for all of our old archived content, as well as the ads-only cut from some of the early streams.